And
Okay.
not recording together too.
We'll start our meeting, our Gualala Municipal Advisory meeting for September 2nd, 2021. We have a new council member with us today, and we have a lot of audience members, so we're going to try to keep the meeting going. We've got a lot of topics to cover. As you all know, we've been doing these Zoom meetings GMAC level now since last year, roughly March, and it's been progressing quite well. So again, welcome everybody. We'll start right on in with our introductions and announcements, and our biggest announcement is that we have a new council member, Kevin Evans. If you want to introduce yourself, Kevin, for a short statement or two, you're welcome to. Okay.
Sure. Thank you, Robert. Yes, thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be able to serve with the fellow GMAC members. My history, basically, I retired in Southern California, moved up here 5 years ago with my wife. We retired from San Clemente and been active in our community, member of the Lions Club, also member of Action Network. And so, yes, looking forward to getting involved with the group and the community.
All right, Kevin, thank you. And we welcome you aboard, of course. We would love to be a 7-member board, but it takes a lot to volunteer sometimes. So we do welcome you. Okay,
Robert, if I may do, while we're on introductions, ask for a couple of IDs. There's somebody who called in on a 305 area code number. Could you identify yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Corbin Junker, and my property is 39250 Old Stage Road, which is next to the substation.
Yes, it is. I tried to reach you last month, Mr. Junker, and I'm glad you're with us tonight. We do have another PG&E discussion, although it's not about that power station. And I see Sheriff Kendall is trying to join us tonight. Let me just make sure I have everybody else identified before we go any farther. We have the guest from Epic. We have Mr. Villasenor from PG&E. We have Kirk Mobert. Kirk, are you with a company or are you independent tonight?
I'm independent tonight.
All right, great. Welcome to our meeting. I think that's all I have to introduce right now, Mr. Youngling. Sheriff Kendall's still trying to join us. He's having some trouble, but why don't you go ahead with the meeting?
Okay, Tom, back to one of our guests, Mr. Junker, was it? When we get to
Yes.
When we get to the permit applications 5A on our agenda, it will be about PG&E and the vegetation management of their lines from Elk to Gualala, which will come right to the substation. And being that you're an adjacent property owner, maybe if you wanted to speak up at that time, you would be welcome to. So you'll just have to hang in there a little bit with us, okay?
Sure. I was interested in this thing I seen from last month. It was 0009.
But like I say, the only time we'll be handling anything regarding PG&E and that substation area will be on number 5A on our permit applications when we get to our main body of business, okay?
And we do have a number of witnesses on that. We do have a number of witnesses on that tonight who are neighbors from the South Coast beyond our territory. So I think it's perfectly appropriate for Mr. Junker to join us.
Yeah, we want everybody to have their say or their time to speak. Okay, so
okay.
Any other announcements? Any other introductions at this point?
Announcement, just a reminder from last month, Caltrans is conducting a survey about alternative transportation means. They need everybody to participate. If you'd like more information on that, you can contact me at gmac95445@gmail.com, and I'll be glad to send you the links.
Okay. And then the only other announcement we'll make is we really welcome Mary Mobert back. We're happy to hear you're doing well and that you can attend our meeting again, Mary, okay?
Thank you.
We need you. Okay.
Oh,
We
really?
do, Mary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, huh?
Well, you know, it's added chores to do when you're not around, that's for sure. Okay.
Yes.
Added housekeeping and everything else. Okay, so then we'll move on to our consent agenda. Tom Murphy did the minutes for our August meeting, and everybody's had a chance to review those and look them over. Do we have any questions on those meeting minutes or any last minute edits? Okay, hearing none, could we make a motion on approval of those August 5th meeting minutes?
Move to approve the meeting minutes.
Okay. Melissa, Dawn, anybody want to second those?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Melissa, you want to try second them?
John just did.
Dawn, okay. So we have a motion and a second. Let's take a vote on approving the GMAC meeting minutes for August 5th, 2021. Melissa?
Aye.
Dawn?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
And Robert? Aye. I'm just assuming, Kevin, you weren't here for that meeting, so that you're
Right,
not...
that would be an abstention.
Right, okay. So we've got 4 ayes and 1 abstention. So meeting minutes are approved for August 5th. Let's go down to 2B, correspondence. We have quite a bit of correspondence we've received this past month. Let's just go over it briefly. Now, the Caltrans Highway Project Study, Tom, I'm assuming that's the Shoulders and Rumble project. Is that correct?
It is, and we have it on the agenda for item 7B.
Okay.
And the draft mitigated negative declaration on the CDP for Wahlberg, we have as item 6A.
Right.
And the California Coastal Commission hearing on ADUs, we have as item 6C. So we'll be talking about each of these things tonight.
Okay, that just came in, yeah.
I also received a comment today, ties into the PG&E hearing we'll have later on. If the writer, she sent it to me because she may not be able to make the meeting. If she can't, I'll read it for her, but that's also a piece of correspondence I just received.
Okay. Well, do we want to approve the agenda as written then, or do we want to amend it to include that or anything else that we might have?
We don't need to amend the agenda. It's already on there.
Oh, it is, okay.
Yeah, so I would move to approve the rest of the consent agenda, including the correspondence and agenda for tonight's meeting.
I have a correction, couple of corrections to the agenda, if I may.
Okay, Mary, what did you see?
Let me get down to it. Listing on the CDP Anderson, it should be U 20216. That's a use permit, not a CDP. And the CDP Land Shark is a CDPR.
That's a renewal. Okay, correct.
Yes, I listed them as they were listed on the county site. So I don't know if we want to change that.
Yeah, it's I printed those out today as a part of their permanent file, and they are, one is the use permit and the other one is a renewal. So those 2 items need to be changed, and I don't know what else.
I'd say okay on the use permit for the Anderson CDP, but on the 5E one, you'll see a little bit later on in the heading, it does say renewal app. So that's kind of a,
Right,
you know,
it's listed as and should go down as a CDPR.
okay. Let's go ahead and make those little adjustments, Tom. It's not a big deal,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
Sure, I withdraw my earlier motion and move to approve the agenda as amended.
okay, CDPU on the Anderson CDP and CDPR on the 5E Land Shark Development LLC.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it's not a CDPU, it's just a use permit, U.
On
It's a
Anderson.
UDP,
No, it's not a U.
a UP,
It's just U, not
a
a U.
UP.
Yeah, just a U. It says on the permit itself, if
Right,
you look
okay.
at it, it's just U and then an underline and then 2021-0006.
Okay. let's put it down exactly like it is on the cover sheet of the application, which is like Mary's saying, a U and then the numbers. Okay, so we'll make that further edit.
Correct.
Fine.
Okay, so with those edits on the agenda, on our amended agenda, can we have a motion to approve our,
We have an amendment, we have an motion on the floor
okay,
to approve as amended.
okay, and do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Don. All right, let's take a vote. Melissa,
Aye.
Don,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Kevin,
Aye.
and Robert. Aye. Okay, so we have 5 ayes, and we have an approved agenda for tonight. Any public input out there for non-agenda items? Or do any council members want to comment on anything that's not on the agenda, or any audience members?
I have one.
Okay,
I got an email today from the Mendocino Health Alliance that the pharmacy is closing.
okay,
And it was requesting to take action today. Please email Assemblymember Jim Wood's office and request that his office support and help facilitate a waiver request to the California State Board of Pharmacy so that the former Gualala Community Pharmacy location may continue to be a pickup location for patients' medication. In particular, a waiver related to Section 1713 of California Pharmacy Law. I was wondering if maybe the entire GMAC might want to get in on requesting that Assemblymember Jim Wood.
okay, we don't have it on the agenda to do that, but
We can do it. We can put it on the agenda for next month.
okay,
If we can't do a simple resolution to be sent to an assembly member without it being on the agenda, then we can put it for
Okay.
next month.
well, let's consider that when we get down to the end of the agenda today. Before adjournment, we'll items for next month's meeting, okay? What? This is just
Okay,
public
remember
input.
that in case I fall asleep for you, I'll get through with this lengthy meeting.
I made a note here, okay?
All right, thanks.
Yeah, and this is just public input, so thanks. That's news. I hadn't heard about that yet. So any other public input on non-agenda items? Okay. And
Can I just intervene one more time to ask a couple of IDs? I see a Joni here. Is that Joni Goshorn that joined us? Joni?
no idea who that would be.
Yes,
Yeah, it
it's
does-
me.
it does-
Yes, it's me. I'm
does-
stayed muted.
Okay,
It
good.
does
I
say
just want to
Joni
put your
Goshorn.
last name on there. And we have a 707-813 number. Could that guest identify themselves, please?
This is Jenny Shattuck.
Thank you, Jenny. I'm glad you're back. I hope you got your water situation straightened out. I'll
actually
rename
just
you
gonna-
here so we know who you are.
Okay, I might lose you again. I'm pulled over on the
Okay.
side of the road.
Okay, well, I know who you are.
Thank you.
1427. Good. Thank you.
So how many members of the public do we have, Mr. Murphy?
I'll tell you in a moment. I just want to get Jenny's name in here.
Okay.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's 4 or 5. I'm not sure. I can't see the whole screen right now. So about 5. I'll keep track though of who's here.
Okay, it seems like there's more, but you're not counting the applicants, I guess, huh?
But I
No, I'm
saw
not counting the applicants or
Okay,
people who
okay.
have agenda
I
items
thought
on
I
here.
saw 8, but I could be,
Yeah, we'll let Tom, keep a count
Oh,
on that.
Mr. Mobert, are you? Oh, that's Kirk is your son. Okay.
that is correct.
Are you counting down? Okay, well, I'll just write down the names on the screen here and try to keep track of who's here.
Thank you.
Tom, I'm not seeing anybody from law enforcement. Are you,
Sheriff Kendall is here.
is he there? Oh, good.
Yes.
Okay. There he is. Okay. Are we ready to move on to number 4?
We are.
Law enforcement report?
Good evening.
Okay. Hello, Matt.
I'm Bill Substation, so I don't know how good my my audio is going to be because I can't use the computer. It's not working. So I've got some notes tapped down here. I've got some good news, and we've got some kind of tough things that are going on. But let's always start out with the good news first. We recently, I went before the Board of Supervisors with a huge housing incentive and a bonus for Covelo and for the South Coast. And the Board of Supervisors approved that. And so I'm working very diligently right now to recruit deputies for our most out of the way places. I'm hoping to get a South Coast resident hired and a Covelo resident hired this year. We've had several people who have been interested in, they've got to pass the background and whatnot. So that's kind of a good note for us. Crime on the South Coast right now is extremely low. That's a good thing. On wood, we're making up less than 20% of the calls for Mendocino County on the South Coast. And almost all of the calls on the South Coast have been property crime related. Very little violence going on. We're looking really good down there. And the property crimes that we've been dealing with, the residents have been very good on helping us out and helping us to get these crimes solved so that we can get them to the district attorney. Our dual response unit for mental health with the county working really well. And Janine Miller, our behavioral health director, just went before the board the other day to secure more funding through Measure B to build that program larger. Currently, we have one person working with the sheriff's office on this. We're working kind of in that Ukiah Valley and a little bit north, get 3 or 4 more hired. We've reduced transported 5150s by quite a bit, and that's with one person. I can imagine what it would look like if we had 4 or 5. It's going to be way better. Fire season is in full swing. We've had a couple of cool days in Mendocino County, and I saw a projection that's saying that we should be having some rain coming soon in the Ukiah area, Layton and inland. But I don't trust that. So let's all continue to be very, very careful. I was on the coast most of the day. I can tell you the coast is right. There are things, it is so dry down there. You folks live down there, you know, we've got to be extremely careful. And so let's just do everything that we can to keep ourselves safe during these times. The COVID outbreak, you know, Dr. Korn's been reporting on that. It is serious stuff. We've had a little bit of an outbreak in the jail. This new variant, very tough. And we've had some people who are absolutely fully vaccinated who still come down with COVID, but they are not suffering terrible effects from it. So with these things going on, a lot of things that I'm looking at are preventable. And let's work hard to try to stay, you know, kind of in lockstep with our neighbors and with the folks who we've got to look out for on a daily basis. Do you have any questions for me?
Matt, we did have a couple of deputies down this past week. Dell, what's Dell's last name again?
Yeah.
Dell and Tim for I think there was something that happened down at the Mill Bend site is what I heard. And then we had a break-in here in the downtown area. So just a couple of smaller break-ins from what I understand.
Yeah, and I think that they've got last briefing that I received is they had some information on that. And luckily, those types of things down around Point Arena and Gualala, they tend to get wiped up pretty quickly because everybody down there pays attention to things. And that's where we've all got to get across the county.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions from me?
Anybody else? We can't let them go that quick.
Hey.
Yeah, I have a question. Sheriff, are you familiar with the accident that occurred on Pacific Woods Road? I guess it was about a week ago or so. Truck flipped over, you know, coming down the hill, apparently was speeding or something, I don't know. I heard that the driver was inebriated, but I don't know for sure, what the situation was.
I could probably look it up and taken by the highway patrol. And I might be able to find a mention in our dispatch logs about it. But the sheriff's office doesn't investigate vehicle. We respond to them to get people safe, of course, but the investigation itself, that's done by the highway patrol.
Okay, I see. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Well, if there's
no,
I have nothing, but I just want to thank the sheriff for his good work and his department's good work. JD is quoted on the front page of our paper today. And I just want to encourage you and your whole department to just be careful out there. Fire danger, I know you guys get involved in that too. So carry your masks. Be careful. Thank you.
Yeah. We've all got a second set of clothes in our car now, and it's the yellow burn. So all fire season long, I carry 2 uniforms to all the deputies. All right, well, I will quit wagging my jaw at you.
Okay, Matt.
It's all safe.
Okay, have a good month. We'll see you next
Thank
month.
you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Okay, so anybody else from law enforcement in the audience tonight? Highway Patrol?
No, that's it tonight.
That's it tonight, okay. No Aaron, okay. Then we'll move right into the bulk of our agenda tonight. We have under permit applications 5A, which is CDP 2020-0034. That's PG&E Vegetation Management, 28 miles from Elk to Gualala. That's the 60 kilovolt line. And the council members that reviewed that project were Don Hess and Tom Murphy. So you'd like to introduce us to the project that you reviewed?
I'll take care of, I'll get onto that. I want to share a screen. And get my slideshow set up here. Oh, this is the wrong one. Let me get the right one. Okay, this is a coastal development permit from PG&E. It's a vegetation management plan for 28 miles of 60 kilovolt lines from Elk to Gualala. The applicants are listed as Robert Mejerado, Robert Villaseñor, who's here tonight, and he's filling in for one of his associates who's on leave.
Excuse me, Tom. I still have the Ritterman and Associates screen in front of me.
You should be refreshed now. Let me stop and restart my share. How about everybody else, Nate? What do you see?
I see Ritterman.
I saw Ritterman as well.
I saw Ritterman.
Okay, there it is.
Okay.
There it is.
All right, here we go. How to reshare. So Don and I took a look at this project and discussed it yesterday. The hearing process tonight, this could get kind of long, so I want to get through this as smoothly as possible. The applicant, PG&E, will have up to 30 minutes to talk about this. They don't need to use that all if they don't need to, but it is a 240-page application. Then they'll be followed by a staff presentation by Don and myself. And I think we can do that in about 15 minutes. The public comments to council will follow that. Each member of the public is welcome to comment for up to 3 minutes on this project. And it's at the discretion of the chair if you want to go longer than that. Then we'll have the council submitting questions to the applicant or the public. And finally, we'll move on to council deliberation. So right now, screen's working here. We'll go to the PG&E presentation with Mr. Villaseñor. And I'll stop sharing my screen for the moment. Mr. Villaseñor, I don't know if you have visual capabilities tonight or you're just calling in.
Hello, everybody. Unfortunately, our PG&E company actually prohibits the use of Zoom, and so I'm using my personal computer, and I don't have access to share screens. But I can go over a general idea of what this project entails, and just talk at kind of a high level of what we're trying to accomplish, and as well as any of the environmental items that we have. So it's okay with this board, I'll go ahead and move forward and just briefly talk about the project. As Tom, you mentioned, this is a 28 linear mile stretch of our Elk-Gualala 60 kilovolt power line. It is a transmission line, so it's not part of the distribution line. It extends from Elk to Gualala in Mendocino County. And it's within the Mendocino County LCP, the local coastal program. And it's also within PG&E's multi-region operations and maintenance habitat conservation plan, or as we refer to as the multi-region HCP, which is a U.S. Fish and Wildlife 30-year permit we've obtained for our environmental and maintenance work throughout the service territory of California. So what this work is, we refer to it as TVMR, which is the Transmission Vegetation Management Reliability. So it includes vegetation work along our electric transmission corridor. It includes removal and pruning of trees and brush as needed that are directly under or adjacent to the electrical lines. These units oftentimes can cause power outages and fires if they come into contact with the lines. And therefore, as mandated by the California Public Utility Commission, PG&E must perform ongoing vegetation management of all its overhead electric distribution and transmission facilities in compliance with several rules and regulations. The clearance regulations are typically for 60 kilovolt lines is 12 feet. However, we oftentimes clear beyond these distances to account for growth of the facilities and just maintain safety and reliability so that there's no power outages along the transmission line. So as part of this work, there's going to be no subsurface disturbance. So no ground disturbance will occur. The vegetation management activities are categorized as our routine right-of-way clearing to protect our assets from any kind of outage that is vegetation caused. And then where we will be removing trees and vegetation, we plan to have chippers available so that we can take the material, either dispose of it or scatter it within the area if it's not close to our chipper locations. And those areas that we plan to do that are not to exceed 18 inches above ground. Of course, we instruct crews to remain vehicles on roads anywhere that they plan to do any vegetation management activities that are off-road. Have to be done by foot, and they are going to be using hand tools to do the tree trimming and vegetation removal. So in addition to the equipment that we will be using, we plan to use herbicides on units that are known to regrow and therefore rejoin the potential compliance issues of our line. And all the herbicides we use are registered by the State Department of Pesticide Regulations and approved for use by the EPA. And so PG&E uses aquatically labeled compounds when working within riparian zones or near waters and wetlands. In addition to that, as part of our multi-region HCP, we do provide pest management practices to our crews to make sure that we are in compliance with the use of those herbicides and pesticides so that they are not impacting any water features. As I move into the archaeological portion of this project, we did find that there are 3 culturally sensitive areas, but because there's no ground disturbance as proposed as part of this work, we are not anticipating any disturbances there. As far as the biological component goes forward, our multi-region habitat conservation plan lists several BMPs that we are planning to implement to minimize impacts to any of the species that wildlife are out there. And there is a silver spot butterfly that PG&E plans to do biological surveys where there are known occurrences for those host plants. And those will be scheduled and the data will come back to our team. We will assess and have the crews move forward once we have the opportunity to flag those host plants for avoidances. And then there is a part of this project that does cross Highway 1 at multiple locations. And we know that Highway 1 is considered a scenic highway. And we are working with the California Department of Transportation on obtaining permits in order to do that work within their right of way. And with that said, I believe that's kind of a brief summary of the project. I know I didn't use the full 30 minutes allotted, but I'll pass it back to the board here for any additional information or questions that arise.
Thank you, Mr. Villasenor. And now moving to the presentation that Don and I assembled from our information. Does everybody see that screen now?
Yes.
You see
Yeah.
2021? Okay.
Yes.
So as Mr. Villasenor suggested, this is the project description. Here's a map of it for those of you who have a computer in front of you. And it does comply with existing state and federal laws and regulations to maintain required clearances mandated by the PUC. Let me go on to my next slide. The application specifically cites the codes that are used in to require this, including the Public Resources Code 4293, CPUC General Order 95, Rule 35, and another Energy Commission's FAC 030102. These regulations identify specific clearances. I believe these were done as minimums, and as Mr. Villasenor explained, PG&E may clear beyond these distances to account for ingrowth and maintain facility safety and reliability. Now, down at the bottom of the screen, you'll notice there's also you mentioned that if chippers will be used for debris when possible, if they can be brought within 100 feet of the work site. Otherwise, debris will be lopped and scattered not to exceed 18 inches above the ground, which is permissible under the PUC requirements. But one of the things Don and I looked at. Another publication from PG&E Currents in November 2017 went into a little bit more depth about these rules. And General Order 95, Rule 35 also requires the removal of dead, diseased, defective, and dying trees that could fall into the lines. So if there's a dead tree near the lines, even if it's out of the right of way, they may want to get on that. The Public Resource Code 4292, which is administered by the California Department of Forestry, talks about limbs within a 10-foot radius of the pole to be removed. But it also says all dead branches below the cross arms and within 10 feet of the radius must be removed. PRC 4293 also requires, well, that's 4 feet clearance for less voltage. And the General Order 9535 also requires removal of dead, diseased, defective, and dying trees. I mentioned that earlier. Here's the actual PUC rule. I'm not a lawyer. I am a writer by profession. And I did notice in here that there's some conditional language. About the middle of the screen, you'll see a sentence that says each utility may determine and apply additional appropriate clearances beyond the clearances listed below, which take into consideration various factors. And it lists about 12 factors down here, including things like vegetation, growth rate, and experience of particular species, and location of the vegetation and things like that. But 12 feet is the restriction set as a minimum by the PUC. Mr. Junker, this is, you'll be familiar with this view. This is the power station in Gualala that we talked about last month as CDP 2021-0009. And Mr. Junker's property begins where this ends, right with that line of trees. It's interesting in this case, and the only reason I included this slide tonight is because of those conditional phrases. In this case, PG&E sought permission from Mr. Bauer to cut the trees on the north side and obtained it. However, it was unable to obtain permission from Mr. Junker on the south side. And so it left those trees and is continuing, I think, to speak with him about that. these trees obviously are hanging right over the substation, and there is discretion for the property owner to negotiate with PG&E about that. When I posted this announcement of the meeting on Facebook, there were a number of additional safety concerns and questions raised by the public. In all, we received 57 comments the last time I looked. And there was broad agreement. I think everybody on the chain agreed that trimming is necessary to reduce fire danger, especially in this crazy year. And everybody seems to be aware that falling lines have caused fires. But there were a lot of questions about practices employed and alternatives. And I just wanted to put up a representation of some of those. This is not all of them. There were some extreme comments, people who just don't like PG&E, or perhaps they don't like anybody who questions whether or not a tree should be cut down. I left those out in favor of the more substantive comments. Ms. Shattuck, who is with us tonight, I'm glad to see her here. She'll be a part of this discussion, I think. She's from Fort Bragg, and Fort Bragg isn't even part of this project, but she is involved in another leg of this project from Fort Bragg down to Elk, and has had some problems that I think may be instructive to people down here on the Elk to Gualala end of this project. She said PG&E contractors were marking shorter redwood trees and trees more than 100 feet from the lines, saying the trees could fall and grow and fall onto the lines, creating a large swath across her property, much larger than the ROW. Now, I want to note immediately that the Shattuck called me today and told me that she's met this morning with neighbors, PG&E officials, and the contractor, and happily they worked out agreements where they will seek permission before cutting down any of those trees. But I'm going to show you a few pictures in a minute and explain, come back to Jenny. A number of people talked about the slash below the trees, not just the average of 18 inches of debris that falls from cutting branches, but logs and trees and trunks, all sorts of things that are gathering under the power lines. I myself am wondering about the slash 18 inches deep of pine branches dried out in the sun under a power line. Doesn't sound like a real good idea to me, and we'll talk about that in our discussion later on. Ms. Kirchner raised a question about pesticides. I think Erin Kirchner is with us tonight. She can comment in the public comment period. Several people raised questions about can we underground the cables, and I pointed out in the discussion on the Facebook page that PG&E actually has plans to underground 10,000 miles of cables. I think I'm getting that right. But that probably won't happen during the current fire season, and this is now, and that would be then. There were also a little discussion about alternatives to having power grids like this and planning for the future instead of sustaining a system from the past. And there was also a question about will they obtain my permission if they go outside the ROW, the right of way, which I think is a great question. And as you saw in Gualala at the power station, they did, and we'll talk about that. This, I'm going to show a few pictures from Ms. Shattuck provided to me the other day. She called me up and we had quite a talk, and she gave me about 30 pictures. I'm only going to show a few of them. This is a typical section of the power line cutting through her property down the hill. You can see the right-of-way is very clear. What you don't see in this photo, though, is that virtually all the trees on both sides of this right-of-way are marked for reduction. And that's why Ms. Shattuck and some of her neighbors got together with PG&E today to say, what are you doing? Why are you marking all these trees for cutting down? They're healthy trees. They're not within the power line. They're way more than 12 feet away. What's going on here? And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Here's another shot from her land. This is her driveway. Again, you see the power lines cutting through there. You see trees up on the hillside, healthy trees. There are some firs and some redwoods in this photo. Well more than, these are probably 50, 70 feet away from the power line, but they're growing tall, and they were also marked for removal. Here's another shot of her driveway with smaller trees along it. This is for Mr. Vias and your sake, this is a straight view of the driveway looking straight ahead with power lines directly overhead and trees on both sides. These are shorter trees, all marked for removal. And finally, there's a photo of another right-of-way section where there's a fairly heavy growth on the ground. I would say it's probably doesn't get more than 3 feet high, and a row of trees on the far side. And again, this row of trees, which is far away from the power lines, are marked for removal, or were marked for removal until today's conversation, I guess. So this is a photo I've taken of Old Stage Road in Gualala. This is a typical section of what the power lines look like as they cross through Gualala on the ridge, going down to our power station next to Mr. Junker's property. You'll see that the power lines here, it's a little hard to tell exactly how far they are from the trees, but you can easily imagine a branch getting blown onto the power lines. And I would imagine that those are the kind of branches that PG&E is out to trim. What I don't know after speaking to Jenny is whether they plan to take some of these trees that are nearby because they pose a risk of falling off the lines, whether they would talk to the property owner about reducing trees or taking trees, how those will be marked and how the property owners will be notified about those trees. I think everybody's interested in the fire safety, as we noted earlier. I think a lot of people who live up on the ridge, however, would be surprised if the row of trees in front of their house were suddenly gone or were cut down. So I want to get into that discussion tonight so that people know what to expect. There are 2 more shots of the power line up on Old Stage Road. Again, it's a little hard to judge exactly how far the lines are from the trees, but you can easily see that there's room to trim some of these trees. And in this case, on the photo on the left, I'm showing a photo near the intersection of Packwoods Road and Old Stage Road. And the power lines appear to be well over the fence line on the foreground, which makes me question exactly where this right-of-way is. And is the fence in the right-of-way, or are the power lines leaning over the fence? And what's the situation there? That's a local property owner situation, and I'll let the property owner talk to PG&E about it. But again, if PG&E were to take out those trees, I could imagine the property owner might be coming back to GMAC and saying, what happened here? I'm trying to get my computer to respond. And it is not. Okay, so that concludes my presentation. I'm going to stop sharing now. The next part of the program would be public comments. And I've had everybody on mute. And if you know how to use Zoom and want to raise your hand, you can do that. Or I can just start calling on people I know who are here to comment, starting with, I think, Jenny Shattuck. Let me make sure she's unmuted first.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Go ahead, Jenny. You have 3 minutes, but take your time and go for it.
Okay. Okay. I actually wrote an email because I don't know if I'll lose you where I'm at. So if I do, you can read my email. I would advise any property owner to not give permission to expand their right of way. What we were told today was all of the trees were marked because they would like to expand their right of way an additional 30 feet in each direction beyond the easement that they already have. And that they wouldn't purchase this easement, but they were hoping property owners would just give it to them. I should have asked, and I forgot, so maybe if PG&E is still on the line, maybe they could follow up, if allowing a few of what they can, not just trees to expand the line, but there's different marks, some say PS for the public safety, if allowing a few of those trees to be cut because potentially they could be hazardous. Like in the past, PG&E topped a tree and now it has a fork at the top, so maybe one could split off. But I'm wondering if giving permission to go outside the easement is actually giving them permanent permission to expand the easement for taking a few of those trees that are outside the easement. And I forgot to ask that today. So I would just advise that property owners actually have somebody from PG&E and go through tree by tree, which is what we did today. That we had an arborist and Jim Bell from PG&E, Brian Campbell from PG&E, and I don't know the other guy's name. And a lot of the trees that were marked, I said, how can these be hazardous? And they said, they're not. It's just that our computer system from our satellite, the algorithms say they're hazardous because from satellite, they look dangerous. So that's what all those trees were marked on the driveway on that section of the property. And I think we agreed like one or two of them could be hazardous potentially, and we would be okay with that. There were some where some trees were growing out of the side of the stump at an angle towards the power lines, even though it would probably take 15, 20 years for them to get big enough to maybe fall into the power lines. Like there's a couple like that we weren't too worried about, but our straight healthy trees, we definitely don't want removed. This is our longtime investment to manage our property. I think just having people talk to PG&E, because there are multiple subcontractors that went through and marked different things, and we've had some subcontractors show up. I guess they used the same color paint and misidentify their own markings and remove trees. The neighbor had trees cut 150 to 300 feet outside the easement. Those trees are all over the place still. And actually they had a follow-up meeting at that property that was a neighboring property today.
Jenny, you're a little over 3 minutes. Can I ask you to wrap up unless the chairman wants to give you more time?
That's all I have to say. I'm just wishing you luck and hoping that property owners really get involved and ask questions for clarification. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jenny. I appreciate that. And we may come back to you in questions.
Okay.
Mr. Junker, you've been waiting a month to talk to us. Would you like to say something? I think you're on mute. Would have to take yourself off.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the problem I have is they want to take down, I think, 16 trees on my side of the property. And those are the only thing that protect me from this Pacific Gas and Electric station. The noise is every year is just getting louder and louder. It's just making it unbearable in my house. Plus, if you came up and looked at that grove of redwoods, they're a beautiful grove, and there's a lot of sentimental value because I also, that's where the ashes from my mother and dad are in those groves of redwoods. If you saw them, they're very beautiful. They're really not bothering the substation any more than anything else. And 3 years ago, a guy from that does the right of way from the power line, he was over here. I talked with him and he said everything was okay for the power line. And that's my comment on the trees.
Thank you, Mr. Junker. We may come back to you during questions. Please stay with us tonight. Next speaker,
okay.
Ms. Kirchner. Are you still with us tonight? Yes, you are. You'll need to unmute.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I have a little bit of a lag, so greetings, everyone. So yeah, I'm a property owner here along the power lines on 10 Mile and Point Arena. And looking at the maps and reading the proposal, I have some concerns about the language around the 12-foot right-of-way easement and how it may get larger or smaller or change. And then hearing from the other property owners and their experiences, I would like to know who we need to talk to make an appointment with someone like a human in real time to be able to look at the property and see what is what I do a pretty good job of maintaining already. And so I just want to verify that that's all good. And I have concerns about the pesticide herbicide use. I've talked to multiple property owners here in the area, and there's a resounding no for that. And so I would like to request an opt-out option for property owners, and that we can look at that and implement that and look at how that affects things. I mean, again, I'm a pretty hardy individual. I already maintain a pretty clear line, and I know that others are willing to as well. And so I'd like that to be an option. I think it's very important for us not to clog our waterways, our wells, our springs. Galloway Creek runs through my land, and so it's very important to me to steward it to the best of my ability and keep it in its natural state. So yeah, I would love some information who to talk to about the tree situation. I also had a similar experience the last time the PG&E folks were out. They were trimming and cutting trees that were in the algorithm but they were absolutely not in the way of anything. So that, and hearing other people's experiences, that causes concern. So I would love to learn about that more and see who to talk to about that.
Thank you. And Joni Goshorn, I see you here. Did you want to comment?
Yeah, hi, Tom. I'm here with Brian. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I agree very much so with Erin. We feel pretty strongly about the herbicides. Very much concerned about our water, which is already, in drought conditions. I'm mainly here to hear about the process. As you know, I'm not an actual property owner, although I live very close to one of the proposed lines here in Point Arena. And my personal experience isn't even here. It's at a previous property in Petaluma. But my concern with a lot of the people who do the work with PG&E is their background and their training. And one of the gentlemen who was doing just some of the surveying, his previous job was at Starbucks. So, it does concern me. I've seen a lot of hack jobs with the tree trimming that are aesthetically unappealing. So that's what I have to say.
Tom, I'm not hearing you.
Okay, I see a couple more names on our roster tonight who are here, Jackie Dixon and Tara Jackson. If either of you would like to comment on this, I don't know if you're here for this item or something else.
Hi, this is Tara Jackson. I'm actually, I'm with Wind Coastal Planning and Biology. I'm agent for the applicant Wahlberg.
Good, thank you. And Jackie Dixon, are you here for a particular item tonight?
Hi, I'm here with Wind Coastal Planning and Biology as well, but I am just here to observe. Okay, great. So I think that concludes, unless there's anybody else who wants to make themselves known to comment on this item, I think that concludes our public comment period. Okay.
I wanted to say something.
Who's that?
Kirk. Kirk wanted to say something about this project.
Oh, sure. Kirk Mobert.
Actually, I heard all of my concerns already expressed. I'm concerned that you have an algorithm picking out where to cut, and I'm also concerned about the spraying. I think we've learned a long time ago that that stuff flows downstream, and it never works out. And I hear that this has been approved for use by federal agencies, but they have been in the past. Haven't we learned anything yet? I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Kirk.
I also wanted to ask how the herbicides would be sprayed and or physically put onto the land. But more than that, what herbicides would be used? I know they're quote approved, unquote, but you know, everything goes downhill, you know, and things that hunt bugs like birds, all of the buildup in the system that kills a bird can then start building up in a system that like a skunk or a possum or whatever comes in and eats the bird or several birds, and it just goes on and on and on. And I just want to know what pesticides and what the repercussions on the natural environment and the habitat and those who live in that habitat, what's going to happen with it. I'm very concerned with it. And that's all that I had to ask, how they were going to do it. I understand that they could apply it via truck. I also understand they could apply it with one gentleman or a woman spraying it with a backpack of whatever herbicide they're using. So I don't know how that's going to be done and what areas. And also I understand that they have to tell people and notify them that they're going to spray on their land. How much notification do they get and how are they notified? By mail? Or is it going to be posted on their property? And if so, can the posting be seen by the public? I don't know. And that's also a concern. If it's going to be by mail in 24 hours, good luck. They aren't going to know until it's over.
Okay. I think that concludes our public comment period. I'm going to go back to Mr. Villaseñor. Since we've had so many direct questions already, rather than have the council repeat them, I thought maybe he would want to clarify at this point some of these points.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to do so. And Tom, please let me know if there's a time limit that I'm going over. But I will get started with the herbicide.
You're fine. You only took about 5 minutes for your presentation, so you could go on for quite a while here if you want.
Okay. So I think I'll kind of introduce myself, which I should have done in the beginning. My name is Robert Villaseñor. I'm a PG&E environmental planner. And so I work on the environmental side of things with the biological components and the archaeological components. And so I can speak to the herbicide. Mary, I know you mentioned you were interested in hearing how we apply the herbicide. So as part of this project, there will be no truck that will be applying herbicide. All herbicide usage will be done by hand. This is done by a small handheld spray bottle or a 4-gallon backpack, like you mentioned, with a wand applicator and a hand pump to pressurize the liquids. Those herbicides are used to cut stump applications. So once the trees are cut, they're applied directly to the stumps. And then they are only applied to species that are known to vigorously resprout when cut. And again, they're applied directly to the cut stump or on larger stumps to the outer ring to encompass those layers so that there's no regrowth there. And as I kind of mentioned earlier, PG&E does have best management practices as part of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife permit that we instill. And I can go through some of these with this quorum here. And so we have several BMPs. The first one, they are actually 28 through 35 that we instruct crews to use. So for BMP number 28, which is specifically called out in the permit, a licensed pest control advisor must write prescriptions for all herbicide and tree growth regulator applications. Contractors must use that qualified applicator when applying herbicide and tree growth regulations for vegetation management. For BMP 29, the nozzle tip, pressure, and sprayer configurations should be such to produce a coarser droplet to minimize drift. And so we obviously don't want the wind to pick up the herbicide and take it elsewhere. For BMP 30, pesticides must not be transported in the same compartment with persons, food, or feed. Pesticide containers must be secured to the vehicle during transportation in a manner that will prevent spilling into or off the vehicle. So we just want to make sure that those pesticides and herbicides are secure when traveling to and from work locations. For BMP 31, selective application techniques should be used for vegetation management, right-of-way maintenance operations wherever applicable so that the desirable vegetation is not adversely affected. For BMP 32, the contractor must have a written training program for employees who handle pesticides. The written program must describe the materials and the information that will be provided and used to train the employees. So everybody that is touching these herbicides and applying them have to go through training in order to use those products within the vegetation scope. For BMP 33, trainings must be completed before an employee is allowed to handle the pesticide and must be continually updated to cover any new pesticides that will be handled. Training must be repeated at least annually thereafter. For BMP 34, these special precautions must be observed during periods of inclement weather. Applications must not be made in immediately prior to or immediately following rain when runoff could be expected. Applications must not be made when wind and/or fog conditions have the potential to cause drift. And then basal bark applications must not be made when stems are wet with rain, snow, or ice. And so we further want to eliminate the spread of the herbicide where it should not go. And then for BMP 35, we have a chart which you can see in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife permit. And there's a chart listed there for when herbicide is approved for use specifically within aquatic resources. So within 25 feet, it's not approved for aquatic use. And then the crews have to be within outside of 200 feet when mixing, loading, or cleaning those products. So that kind of wraps up the herbicide component. I know there was some more questions that came up about the right-of-way clearing, and I think there was a question that came up on easements. And so a lot of times when the easements are discussed, there's a clause, we call it the secondary clause, where it allows PG&E to maintain the vegetation along its transmission and distribution lines. And a lot of times it will say that PG&E has the right to trim and remove vegetation along and adjacent to the facilities. So while we might have a 60-foot strip, for example, that's not necessarily the case. And for this transmission line, it's just an example. We potentially would have the capability to trim or remove vegetation outside of that right of way, as specifically stated in the easement. So if you do own property out here with a transmission line on it, it will be called out in the easement. And I would encourage you to find that document and to pull it up and to look over it there. Folks from PG&E should be in contact with you about the work. If there is any questions that come up, you should have received a letter stating that this work will be coming up. And if you have not received that letter and you have questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I could post my email address here in the chat function, and that way it's visible to those property owners that have questions. And of course, I would most likely pass your information along to one of our vegetation management folks like Brian Campbell, who met with Jenny out in the field to kind of meet with you in person and go over the scope of work specifically for your property and help you identify why those trees have been targeted. And then I know there were some more questions that came up about work scope and how we're identifying trees. And unfortunately, I don't have any other colleagues from vegetation management on the phone with me to answer specifically how we identify those trees. I know that we mitigate power outages for trees that are oftentimes falling into electric facilities that could cause wildfires and or power outages. And it's not only the felling of the trees, it's also potential wind events that could push these vegetation units into the power lines and cause those hazards. And so that's also considered as part of the scope for the transmission right-of-way projects. And I see, Mary, you got your hand up.
Yes,
Yeah, let's move into the council questions now. Mary, you can ask questions first. Go ahead.
Oh, how far will the pesticides be carried, the pesticide residue be carried in the air, say after it's been sprayed, and if it's windy, because we have children who are picked up all along these roads by the school bus, and this could prove hazardous towards them, and I'm concerned about their health.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mary, for the question. So we have our crew members apply the herbicide directly to the stumps. So that way there is no carrying or transmission of the herbicide to other locations. We strictly prohibit our crews to apply herbicide during strong wind events. That way it also reduces the chance of the wind carrying those substances into the air and further into areas that we don't want the herbicides to be applied.
So it won't affect children standing by the roadside, say 5 feet from a tree that's been cut or 3 feet from a tree that's been cut.
Correct. We have the crews use a drip method for the herbicide on the outer layer. And so there shouldn't be any airborne herbicide that is expelled from the equipment.
Okay.
Let's go to another council member. Melissa, do you have any questions at this point? Melissa, you're still on mute. Well, we can't hear Melissa. Let's go to our new member, Kevin Evans. Kevin, you've heard this discussion. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, I do have some questions for Robert. You talked about the application of herbicides and pesticides. Is there a practice to notify the property owners prior to the application of those herbicides and pesticides?
That's a good question, Evan. I'm honestly not sure if those are communicated. I believe that in the letter that is received, it should specify what those parameters of the scope of work will be. I know generally if there is a species of tree that is known to resprout quickly that could potentially be hazardous, they will apply herbicide. And so the chances of herbicide usage occurring are very likely, but there should be some communication going out to each property owner about the work taking place on their specific parcel.
Yeah, I definitely think that the property owner should be notified before any application. How about to the public in general? Will you be posting signs along the right-of-way where there may be public traffic, people walking their dogs, or even taking hikes themselves, notifying them of a spraying period?
That is also a good question. I know we're posting signs about work happening as part of the coastal development permit process. I don't believe that encompasses the herbicide usage. I think in order for folks to find out that we're doing that, they'd have to go onto the permit application that is listed in that posting and to find out more about the scope.
Okay, is there any way that we can get a list of those pesticides and herbicides that you're planning on using? So if any of the council members are asked, we can be better informed on that?
Sure, I can make that request over to our licensed pest control advisor and get a list of what we typically use in this vicinity.
Okay, and my last question is, I know you were talking about the use of chainsaws and other equipment. What are your hours of operation?
So our hours of operation should typically be from, I believe the crews start showing up around 7 a.m. To get ready, start their tailboards, go over safety items as well as biological and archaeological components. And then they should be getting started around 8 a.m. And I believe the work should cease around 5 p.m. Like a typical work day.
And will they be doing traffic control?
Yes, absolutely. In places where the roads will be nearby, or if there's a trail nearby, there will be signs posted, and traffic control will definitely be placed with a flagger if necessary, or any other signage that is required.
And I guess my one last question, I guess it's an environmental component. Will there be any testing of the water downstream after application?
I don't believe we currently have an item set up to test the water downstream, because we do have measures in place to prevent any kind of impacts to any of those channels, those bed banking channels, those creeks, those water features. And so we have avoidance and minimization measures to ensure that doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Robert, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions for Robert. I'm curious,
Hello?
I'm curious as to when the last time this kind of vegetation management maintenance program, when this was last done in the right of way of PG&E up on the ridge.
Robert, that's a great question, and you got a great name. I'm not sure of any vegetation management right-of-way clearing happening in this area. I'm sure that we did, because I can see from the aerial that this area does look a little bit cleared from an aerial point of view. I'd have to look into the records to see what was cleared here in the past. I could check with my colleague Brittany's records just to see when that was last done. I will bring up another item that kind of will touch on this. As part of this transmission vegetation management reliability project, we will likely do another 5 years. We will do a maintenance, which is very similar. A lot of the times it's mostly brush that is captured. We will do vegetation removal of brush that has resprouted just from the 5 years or so that has occurred. And so that's kind of the maintenance plan moving forward. Every 5 years, there will be a similar project like this.
So my follow-up question to that is, why do we even need to apply pesticides or herbicides if one is going to be going through there again in a few years and removing this vegetation that has grown up in a short period of time, and it probably won't be that hard to manage?
That's a good question. So we have this vegetation management project is happening, and they will be applying herbicide, but there will be invasive species that will oftentimes pop up. And while we do have a routine team that will come through every year or two and conduct routine maintenance work, we are expecting to see, and I guess to kind of reemphasize that, our routine folks focus on the line clearances, which are 12 feet radial around the line. And so they're not necessarily targeting the brush that will pop up. So our 5-year maintenance plan will capture those brush units that are growing under the line that are mostly causing a fire hazard. If there were to be a spark, it could potentially ignite those brush units. And so we are expecting there to be brush regrowth, not from just the herbicide application that's occurring with this project, but just over time for new vegetation to occur. And then as part of that maintenance project, there will be more herbicide usage that will be applied to that 5-year program every 5 years.
Yeah, it's just a shame that we even have to use the herbicides and herbicides when we're going through these areas anyway. I've been up here for 35 years, and I've sold a lot of property that are along these easements and growths. And I've seen over the years that there has been some maintenance, but it doesn't seem like enough has been done over all the years. And I just don't feel that we need to do all this whole invasive type of rigorous type of herbicide application, when we could really be going through and just maintaining it regularly and not having to, it seems like wherever we as mankind become too involved with nature, that's where the invasive type of species come in. And if we could just restrict it to reducing the brush and the things that grow up in PG&E's right away, we'd be better off.
Understood. I made a note here to take that back to my team.
Okay, thanks, Robert.
Is that it, Robert?
That's it for me.
Okay, Don Hess.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say that I think this work is very
Can you hear me?
We called you, Melissa. We'll come back to you right after Don.
I keep on muting and getting ignored.
We'll be right with you.
All right, Melissa, do you want to go first? And Don, do you mind waiting?
Yeah, go ahead. Let Melissa go. That's all right.
Okay, go ahead, Melissa.
Since you've already tried to get me. Anyway, there's one thing that has bothered me. I drive up to Point Arena fairly frequently, and there are trees right below the power line right-of-way, right in the power line right-of-way, right below the line, that have been hacked at to the point that they're so ugly, I can't help but wonder, why not just cut them down and stop having to hack at them? And it would definitely improve the aesthetics of the view.
Understood. Thanks for the question, Melissa. I'm honestly not familiar with this area or if it's being encompassed by this vegetation management project. If it is, I do think those trees will be removed.
There's some that look like goalposts, and they should be straight.
Gotcha. Okay, understood. So in the case that it's kind of outside this project scope, I know that our routine team goes and they trim and remove trees in a way that is mitigating the clearances and hazards that are within that 12 foot in diameter radial clearance. And sometimes it will leave trees like that might not look presentable. And then oftentimes we might leave those trees unless we feel that they're going to die from the type of work that we're conducting, whether it's an extensive trim or like a 50% removal. And so that's kind of determined that way. And you said what area was this, Melissa? I could look more into this location.
Gualala and Point Arena. There are several places where there's some hideously ugly trees that it would look better if it were just cut down.
Melissa, I believe you're talking about Highway 1, and that is not where the power line is in this case.
My mistake. Oh, and a clarification. I'm very glad to hear that you do stump dressage of the herbicide, because that is the only way to use it, because that avoids getting drops in the air. And I'm hoping that you do not do, it sounds like you're saying you don't spray foliage, just dribble stumps. Is this true?
That is correct.
Oh, that is the only, and I am hating on the use of herbicides, but that is the only use for herbicides by someone who's trained in how to use them.
And
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, of course. And then Melissa, I just want to provide one clarification. It sounds like the trees that you noticed that aren't very presentable are located maybe along Highway 1. And sometimes when we work with Caltrans, they actually request that we leave some of the trees intact sometimes, because if we remove some trees, it creates a safety hazard. So oftentimes when we are presenting them with a scope and they want us to change that prescription, we will, if it would be, half removal of the tree and it doesn't look very good. There have been, on the other side of things, cases where they have asked us to remove trees because they don't look appealing, especially in scenic corridors, which we also have done.
Oh, good, because this is a very scenic corridor, and those are some extremely ugly trees.
Noted. I will definitely take that back, especially along a scenic corridor. I'll look into that.
Thank you, sir.
All right, are we ready for Don now?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm through. Thank you. Sorry, I should have said so. I'm falling asleep.
Thanks, Melissa. Don't fall asleep. We need you to vote. Don?
Okay. Well, as I was starting to say, number one, I do think this is very important work that needs to get done. Needs to get done all over the state. And because some of this work is not done on a timely manner in the past, that has created hazards that have led to fires. We all know that. So the work needs to be done. The question is, how is it done? And will it be done in a manner that minimizes any disturbance to habitat and the health of the forests through which this right-of-way runs? In reviewing the CDP, I mean, it's very extensive, and I read a fair amount of it, but not all of it. I was impressed with the degree to which details were laid out to address various conditions that are encountered during the work. For example, if a nest for an endangered species is uncovered or run into that might be in the way of the project, and a biologist is called, for example, to determine what could be done or what should be done to protect that area from any damage. Things like that, that really go on page after page. So I was impressed with that. I mean, it looks good, you know, when you read it on paper, everything that PG&E is going to do, make sure that things are not disturbed or disrupted too much during this work. I guess my concern is, what are the checks? I mean, who is there to really determine how well these protocols are followed, especially given the comment of one of the women who called in today, who mentioned that she was talking to somebody who was working on one of these crews, and they said, well, their last job was at Starbucks. So, you know, that just raises the question, how well trained are the crew members? And bear in mind, at least this is my understanding, that these crews are predominantly contracted by PG&E. So they are not direct PG&E employees. They are contractors hired to do this kind of work. So I would like some explanation from Robert, please, of PG&E, of how this work is monitored to ensure that those very detailed protocols that are laid out in this CDP are actually followed.
Great question, Don. So to tackle the first question about our inspectors, the ones I've seen on projects are always certified foresters, and they're the ones that are out there doing the inspections of the trees, determining if they're hazards, finding out what species, height, DBH they are, and then ultimately submitting that back to my team for approval. In these sensitive areas where there are biological and cultural resource aspects, they are submitted directly to my team. We have a little army of archaeologists and biologists that come together, review these packages, and will provide them with an environmental release, which has protocols that they must follow. In those areas that are sensitive, we will oftentimes prescribe a biological monitor, an archaeological monitor, to accompany crews to make sure that we're in compliance and protecting those resources. I know sometimes it's not always feasible for us to provide a monitor at every single location, but we do have our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service permit for the multi-region HCP, and crews are required to go through annual trainings that talk about our nest review process, what to do if they encounter a cultural resource, if they encounter an endangered species or just any species. They're given instructions on what to do. And as an example for that, if we do have an inspector that goes out in the field or a crew member that is getting ready to perform work and they find a nest, they are required to send it to our biological team. We have a mailbox specifically for the purpose of sending photographs, a Latin long, the tree species, and other detailed information, which sends it right to a biologist. They review the nest, the photos, and they will send out a person to inspect it to determine if the nest is active, inactive, and then they will release that unit back to the tree. In the meantime, we will place buffers on that tree to make sure that crews are not working units within that radius, depending on what species we think it is, whether it's a raptor or things like that nature. But we do have protocols in place, some trainings in place for the crews to follow. And if they do run into something, they are instructed to call us immediately. And where those locations are sensitive, then we will have a monitor on site. We oftentimes will do surveys before crews arrive, just to make sure that they're avoiding any resources that are out there. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, for the most part. So basically, these monitors are they PG&E employees themselves, or are they contractors as well?
They are contractors as well.
Oh, they are. Okay.
I know, for example, we've used a lot of different contract companies, from environmental resource management or ERM to Stantec, and a bunch of other firms, depending on the regions that we're in.
Okay, but they are engaged by PG&E, not any other type of independent third party, for example. The other question I have is, does the CPUC get involved in this at all in terms of monitoring the work you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. It's another good question. We do have federal monitors that will pick and choose locations, projects, and they will arrange a meeting to go over the scope and watch crews perform it. It's very, I don't want to say random, but they do have federal monitors that go out there, and they do watch PG&E perform work at certain projects and locations.
What about the county? Does the county get involved at all in this or not?
The county typically will get involved if there's an encroachment permit, if work is happening along a franchise or a public right-of-way, and a permit's needed. I know a lot of times some inspectors will come out there and take a look at projects. And then, of course, whenever we're located within the coastal zone, we always engage the county to determine the requirements for a CDP or a coastal development permit or anything to that extent. But I think that's the extent we work with the county.
Okay, and on another matter, you say that you would use the herbicides on tree trunks or stumps, from trees that you cut, because you cut the tree because they're determined to be a potential hazard, but only on stumps that have a potential to grow back quickly. So are we talking about redwood trees here and perhaps eucalyptus? I mean, what other species that you would apply this herbicide to?
Right, I could get a list of species to this council to review. I don't believe that redwoods are on the list. I could be wrong. Eucalyptus are definitely on the list for herbicide use, because they are probably one of the fastest growing species. But I don't have the list off the top of my head, but I could definitely provide those species that we do apply herbicide.
Okay, well, I for one am rather in favor of herbicide use on eucalyptus, since it's non-native tree and it basically kills everything that tries to grow underneath it. But some of the other trees, I may not be in favor of that, but I understand your protocol. I think that's all I have for questions, Tom.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Villasenor, I have to compliment you. You've taken a lot of questions that you might not have expected, although they're probably pretty routine. Joni, I see you have your hand raised, but I can't call on you at this point. I will in a minute, though. If you chat, send me. Oh, you're not on chat on that computer. Okay, before I get started, I'll call on Joni. We are free to call on witnesses. Jody, did you have something to add to this discussion?
Yes, this is Brian Flynn. I'm with Joni, and two very quick things. I had worked extensively in the past with PG&E on certain other projects within Northern California, and so the first point is, Robert, I thought you were very articulate in your answers, and certainly in some of the things that you will follow up on. The other is there a local nearby or a program or project manager for the vegetation management that is a direct hire with PG&E that would be available to answer specific questions at any particular given time, depending on location along the areas that we're discussing, for either the council or for other property owners?
Absolutely.
That's it.
Absolutely. There is a single point person or a couple people. I have their supervisor's contact information. So if it's all right with this council, I will reach out to this gentleman and get a point of contact so that we have a person that is able to answer directly the questions that come up with this project, including the vegetation management, scope of work that I was not probably able to provide clarification. So I will make it a note. I hope it's okay that I send that directly to you, Tom, and then maybe you can disperse that to the council.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to go on with my questions now. If anybody else wants to ask a question, you can signal me somehow. And I will get that information from Mr. Villaseñor and pass it along through the Facebook group to other people in the community as well as putting it in the GMAC record. So I had a number of questions, and I want to emphasize something I said earlier, and Don had mentioned this too, is this is critical work. We're in a bad fire season. You don't have to be real smart about this to know that we need some tree trimming done. And the state regulations, federal regulations require it. We do need some of this work done. But I think at the same time, I'm so concerned about this that I'm worried about creating new hazards, new safety hazards, both for fire, pesticides, water supplies. We have a critical drought going on. We have a lot of endangered species around here. I do worry about animals feeding on in the areas where the pesticides and herbicides are used. So my first question is, the Paradise Fire began when a coupling broke off. I think it was a 127,000 volt line up in the mountains. The cable broke, it fell onto brush beneath the power poles, ignited it, and boom, the town of Paradise was gone, along with hundreds of thousands of acres. So I'm concerned about the allowance for an average of 18 inches of debris fallen under the power lines, cut from the trees and left under the power lines, where this is evergreen stuff. It's going to dry out. It's going to become very brittle. It would be ideal kindling for a fire. And so, as I understand it, the plan is to conform with the PUC guidelines to leave that debris underneath up to an average depth of 18 inches. Is that correct, Mr. Villaseñor?
Tom, thank you so much for bringing this question. I think this kind of came up earlier and I neglected to answer it. So wherever we are doing lop and scatter and or wood chip piling, it will definitely not be underneath any transmission lines. That is a fire hazard. If there is a spark, that can ignite. And so wherever that lop and scatter and those chips, any logs that are being left on site, it cannot and will not be directly underneath the power lines. Not only is it a fire hazard, but it also creates a tripping hazard for any emergency tree crew or emergency electric transmission linemen that have to come out to repair these facilities. It would be a burden for them to have to remove these items in order for them to access these transmission lines and transmission poles and towers. And so as part of not only the fire hazard, we make sure to leave these lines and access routes clear from any kind of debris or lop and scatter or chip material that could pose a tripping hazard for those crews. But we definitely do not allow those debris to be placed under the line where they can cause ignition.
How wide is the right of way?
So the right of way, it differs depending on the area. I know towards the southern end of the project, it looks like the line is within the public corridor. And then as it moves north, it looks like the right of way can extend. We oftentimes have easements that are 200 feet for a 60 kV line. I think it's probably more in the 100 feet realm. And so I think it kind of changes based on the location as you move up north of the project. And I'd have to go through each easement and verify which parcels have that specific right-of-way width.
And I'm just guessing here, but the distance between your poles is a couple of 100 feet, isn't it?
That's correct. I think when I looked it up, it looked like it was about 50 feet for example, the 60 kilovolt lines. If it is more than 60 kV, then the distance between those will most likely increase. But for the purpose of this project, it is a 60 kV line.
Yeah, I went up and looked at these lines yesterday, and I can tell you that it's more than 60 feet. In fact, I will share a slide. You won't be able to see this, but I'm going to share a slide here to show a piece of Old Stage Road where the first pole isn't even in the foreground, and it's just a long way to the next pole. I'm guessing it's well over 100 feet.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. So the spans between each pole, they definitely differ. And I know those are engineered from our engineers here at PG&E. They calculate the distance, how much the pole can hold, as well as the sway of the lines. So depending on the length of the span, the lines will sag, right? And then depending on the weather, whether it's hot or cold, the lines may sag more because with the increase or decrease of temperature, the actual electric conductors will expand and therefore sag more. So they have to take that into consideration, and then also take into consideration any wind events that happen. So they are carefully articulate each set of poles that will be placed to make sure that we are within the CPUC compliance and regulations of those conductor loads, to make sure that we're adequately holding with those wind and those sag events.
So this brings me back to my debris question. If the right-of-way is up to 100 feet wide and narrower in parts, and they're not leaving the debris directly under the wires, but on the side perhaps of the right-of-way, couldn't those cables snap and still set off that debris, especially in a high wind? If a wind's strong enough to rip those cables, I'm guessing it's strong enough for them to whip around and hit everything within the range of that cable, which could be 50, 60 feet.
That's correct. I know they take into consideration, the engineers take into consideration the right of way for those electric lines. The vegetation management folks just make sure that those debris are not located under the lines. They might be placed on the side where, in the event that there is a break in the line, those are hopefully placed in a safe manner. But I know those transmission towers are pretty tall, and it would probably require us to off-haul everything to make sure that we're inside of that compliance, those compliances.
But the requirements allow you to leave up to 18 inches there on average. They could be 3 feet in one area and 0 in another. So I hope you'd go beyond the compliance there.
Understood.
The next question I have is regarding opt-out rights for pesticides and tree cutting. I personally am not satisfied with the notion that somebody's got to go and read the 240-page application to find out what's in this plan and get a letter that they may not know that their trees have already been marked to be taken away, that PG&E may be considering an expansion of the easement. And I'm going to, I'm wondering if you plan to go to each property owner. I know that's hundreds of property owners along the course of this line. And ask those questions. Are you willing to go along with this and get some written permission for those things?
So that's a good question. I think what I can do is I'll talk to our customer representatives. I know they do send out letters. I think I'm not sure if they're planning to do outreach to every single individual, but we can definitely have a more broader conversation with folks to let them know about this transmission clearing project. And then as part of that, what I was going to say, so I can touch base with them to make sure that just the awareness is out there, and to make sure that we are communicating that to folks out in the vicinity. And then in regards to the expansion of the right-of-way, I know that if they are planning to extend the right-of-way from a land survey or like a meets and bounds area to expand from maybe, let's say, 60 to 80 feet, then that has to be formally documented in the form of an easement. If they're saying that the widening of the right-of-way is for the vegetation management, it still is within that easement boundary limits, unless there's that vegetation clause that allows us to move outside of that easement right-of-way width. And then if that's the case, again, these property owners should be told that we're doing vegetation management work within their property.
Okay,
but because of we have an easement, I know we would most likely consult with the property owners and get their opinions and work with them to do what they want. But I think getting written approval most likely maybe wouldn't happen, because we do have the right to maintain vegetation within the right-of-way, but we would definitely be willing to work with them and their concerns about herbicide usage, as well as expanding right-of-ways.
Okay, I have one more question, or one or two more questions for you, and then I'll move on. Pesticides and surface water. A lot of the property owners along the path of this use well water or even spring water on their land. Spraying pesticides or herbicides onto tree stumps is fine until it rains. It runs into a gully, it runs down into the surface water. I'm not really satisfied with the explanations I've heard here, and I did hear questions about the opt-out option on pesticides. Can people opt out of having pesticides on their property?
That's a good question, Tom. That would have to be a question for our vegetation management partners. I'm honestly not sure about an opt-out. I can't accurately answer that question, unfortunately.
Okay. And your vegetation management partners are the contractors you'd be applying the pesticides, is that correct?
Correct, because I'm with the environmental side, and I have to loop them in to find out what their procedures are with the property owners for herbicide application.
All right, big question here. When's all this work going to take place? You know, I think Mrs. Shattuck was speaking earlier. She was surprised to see her trees marked, and I think a lot of people were surprised to hear this project's even planned. When is this all going to be happening along this 28-mile stretch?
Good question. We identified this scope in 2019, towards the end of 2019. We started preparing from an environmental perspective later in 2020, and we are putting together this application. I know there are a lot of agencies that were working with Caltrans, as well as Mendocino's local coastal program, to issue a CDP. And then I think once that CDP is issued, it would likely be maybe 30 days in order for us to get all our environmental ducks in a row, to do any surveys that are necessary, and then to have an environmental training with the crews before they start working out here. So I think once the coastal development permit is issued, it would probably be at least 30 days from that period that we would start working in this area.
And I know when that would be coming before the commission on that.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I know that we were planning to hopefully start doing this vegetation work in late October. So if the Mendocino Local Coastal Program does approve this permit for us, we would most likely try to target the end of October, since this is we call it a wildfire tier 2 area, which is a high fire threat area.
Okay, and one other question, Mr. Evans raised the question about use of chainsaws and the hours they'd be used. Everybody around here has been encouraged not to use chainsaws in afternoon because of the high winds that pick up in the afternoon. Has that been considered a factor in this project?
So another good question. We have, in the event that there's a very strong weather event where there's going to be a lot of heat, we oftentimes will have crews stand down. They're not allowed to use chainsaws or mechanical equipment that could ignite a fire. And that's the same case for maybe a strong wind event that would happen with an intense heat. They would have to stand down with use of chainsaws and only use hand tools that are not gas powered. And so in events like that, we would definitely not have them use gas powered equipment. And then once those weather activities go back to normal, they would resume the use of chainsaws and things of that nature.
Well, let me just say, and anybody on this call that disagrees could let you know, but that's pretty much a daily event here. We get strong north and northwest winds almost every afternoon, unless the wind happens to be blowing from the other direction. A major wind event, I don't know, I think 20 to 40 mile per hour winds in the afternoons up on the ridge would be a hazard. So I would just clue you in on that. It's something that people here will be thinking about, since we're not allowed to use a weed whacker afternoon around here.
Understood.
I think that concludes my questions for you, sir. But I do have a question with Jenny Shattuck, if she's still with us.
I'm here.
Jenny, do you have any comments? Yes, I do hear you. And I just wanted to give you a chance to comment on any aspect of this: pesticides, right-of-ways, fire dangers. And I also would appreciate if you just say in a sentence or two, it's my understanding your family has been around this area for 100 years and that you're involved in the logging industry. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we actually own a logging company. So it's kind of funny when the subcontractors called us tree hugging liberals that hated killing trees. So that was kind of funny. But yeah, I actually have more questions after hearing what was said about the vegetation management
I'm going to ask you to just comment on what you've heard here, Jenny, just in the sake of brevity. If you could just,
okay.
did you hear, are you satisfied with these explanations? Are you satisfied with the answers? Was there something we skipped over that we need to talk about?
I don't know how to put this. I'm wondering if the vegetation management and the environmental review is different for down there than it is along the 60 kVs coming over Highway 20, because the sprayers on Highway 20 use back pumps and they literally spray from one end of the easement with their sprayers to the other. And in those photos that you had posted, I can't see them right now, looking down the power lines, it is completely dead. And it's been that way since 2016 when they sprayed that property after they were told they couldn't. Nothing's grown back but some Scotch broom and pampas grass, which were never there before. It was just huckleberries, ferns, and irises. So they do spray. It seems to be imazapyr, Garlon 3A, and glyphosate mixed together in tanks. And that's what they've done across the entire 60 kV on Highway 20. So I'm wondering if they have a different practice for this section.
Mr. Villasenor, that would be your area, Mr. Villasenor. Did I hear her say that you use glyphosate in this?
I believe the herbicide they use is, yeah, they mixture with Garlon 3, and then they do mix herbicides. I have to dig into that situation there. That I honestly am not familiar with that project, but I'd have to touch base with the team to find out what exactly happened in 2016 in that area.
All right.
Well,
Thank you
this
very
is
much.
also currently, it's also happening currently across the 60 kVs today and all week and all year, with that mixture being sprayed with hand sprayers, not drips.
Understood.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Shattuck, for that information. Yeah, I was going to ask Robert, you have a question? And then we can go around the council one more time before we conclude our questions.
Tom, thanks. I just wanted to ask Robert how willing PG&E is to work with the individual property owners. I wanted, from a certain perspective here that I'm going to get at in a second here. GMAC, our council is primarily responsible or giving advice and recommendations on our jurisdictional area, which is from 10 Mile Cutoff and Iverson intersection there on to south to the substation and to the Gualala River where it goes into Sonoma County. So as I said earlier, I'm familiar with a lot of the properties, especially south of the 10 Mile Iverson Road intersection there. And there's a swath that goes through the back of some of these properties along Iverson. And I've known of people who do a lot of their own maintenance. That's their property actually underneath those lines. And if they maintain that property where the easement goes over the aerial easement of PG&E's, is that something you encourage, or will you work with the property owners for them to do their own maintenance so that they can maybe avoid herbicides and pesticides on their property?
Robert, that's a good question. I know that PG&E is mandated to make sure that these components are cleared so that the units aren't encroaching onto our conductors. I do have a feeling that if there are vegetation management activities happening from private property owners, our crews will definitely work with them. If they're being dealt with and they're not hazardous to our lines, then that's very good. So I do guarantee that our vegetation management folks that are out there in the field would work with private property owners in that respect.
Okay, and I know some of property owners who have been doing this on their own, just on their own volition, that they've been where they know that the easement is described on their deeds. They've been keeping that property intact or the vegetation down very low because they are aware of the easement when they purchased this property. So I just want to see how willing PG&E is to work with the individual property owners on doing some of that maintenance themselves and to avoid the pesticides and herbicide issue.
Of course, we do have veg management folks that would be willing to meet with private property owners out there to discuss the scope of work at those particular properties. And if there's lesser vegetation, then there should be lesser to no work identified there.
Good. Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Melissa, if you're still with us, do you have another question? Anything else?
Nope, I asked everything I was curious about.
Okay. Kevin?
I have a couple follow-up questions for Robert. One, are your crews going to have a certified arborist on staff?
Yep, Kevin, that's a good question. There is a lead arborist that is designated to each crew. They have to be on site with them to monitor the work and answer any questions that come up when the vegetation work is underway.
Okay, and when you, so they will determine the health of a tree and how much will be cut, correct?
Correct. Typically, that's already done when we go through the inspector process, which they put together a package of trees that are put together for work orders. And so at that point, they determine the health of the tree, the species, the height, the DBH, how much should be trimmed to maintain the compliance, and then release that unit to the crew to perform that work to ensure that it is in good health when we leave it.
Okay. Is the health of a tree compromised when you top it?
I honestly would not be able to answer that question. I'd have to have a PG&E arborist on the line to kind of help facilitate that question. I do know that we do top trees and they don't die, but there might be instances where maybe a tree is topped and it doesn't maybe survive depending on the scope of work and how close it is in proximity to conductors, but I would just be speculating.
Okay, well, and if a healthy tree is topped and it does die, is PG responsible for the removal of that dead tree?
So we would most likely remove it because at that point it could potentially become a hazard to our facilities, whether it falls into the conductor or if there's a pole or tower nearby that it could fall into and cause a hazard to our facilities.
Okay, and one last question. Is stump grinding out of the question? Is that cost prohibitive?
I do not believe we do stump grinding because I believe that would be a ground disturbing activity, which is typically not permitted under the environmental restrictions we place along the crews.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Don, do you want to have any other questions?
Yeah, just so one last question. This has to do with sort of a global look of our region and its fire risk in terms of these transmission lines in the forests that they traverse. What is the time frame for this type of work, this vegetation management work, for the other high voltage transmission line that comes into Gualala from the south? That obviously passes mostly through Sonoma County, but once it crosses the Gualala River, then it's in Mendocino County. And again, this is a heavily forested area. So I'm just curious what the time frame is for vegetation management work on that portion of your transmission system.
That is another great question. I'm looking through my database now to determine if we currently have a project scheduled. I know sometimes we have a designated projects that we kind of foresee with this type of right-of-way clearing that will occur. And there's probably a handful of projects that happen every year. And this one just happens to be in Mendocino County, whereas maybe down the road we'll have a project in Sonoma County. I don't think that Brittany or I have any projects identified in Sonoma County this year, but there is a possibility that they might determine this, maybe the same line will undergo a similar project in 2022 or 2023 or 2024.
Do you know offhand, perhaps you don't, but the actual status of that line and how close it is to actually needing vegetation management?
It's a great question.
Does PG&E keep a database of all their lines and the forests that they run through and the actual status? What, for example, when was the last time vegetation management occurred? When is it scheduled? When should it occur again? I presume PG&E does that.
That's correct. We do annual inspections. So every year we send out an inspector to look at the vegetation, see if it's getting close to the conductors, if another year would hold. And then if we don't think that vegetation will hold within that year, then they will flag it to be worked, whether it's a trim or something to that effect. But there are annual patrols. We do also use LiDAR detection, which is from the aerial that goes down and determines what risks those trees are to our assets, which happens occasionally. But there definitely is routine inspections. And while this project maybe have been identified in late 2019, those annual inspections did still occur and routine maintenance was done even this year, early this year. If we do an inspection and find that there's vegetation units that are approaching the conductors, then we will perform that work even with this work identified for safety.
Okay, so what you're saying is if you, through these spot checks or whatever that occur, If you notice some tree that's getting dangerously close to the lines, on an ad hoc basis, you will go out and trim that tree.
Absolutely.
True. Okay. Well, I mean, that's great. That sounds great, but obviously that hasn't worked out all that well in the past because a number of the fires that this state has suffered through, and some of them extremely destructive, have occurred because some of these trees were not trimmed in a timely manner.
That is a good point. I do know that sometimes the wildfires that occurred due to PG&E either occurred via equipment faultation or recently there may have been a tree that had fallen into the line. I don't believe that there was, if in that case, there was a trimming error that took place, but more of a tree falling into the line, creating ignition.
Okay, well, thank you, Robert, for your information.
I just have a couple more questions. Wrap this up. Redwood has become very valuable, and some of these other trees could be valuable as well. If a tree is taken, who gets the tree? Does it stay on the property? Does the property owner have it? Does the contractor, if the contractor removes it, is it their property? Do they sell it? Does PG&E profit from it? How does that work?
Another great question. So the tree, if a redwood tree is removed, it becomes the property of the property owner. That is, sometimes merchantable wood. And so we would leave that for the property owner to do as they wish. PG&E is by no means a timber harvest company. We do not profit from the wood and debris that we remove for our lines. If we do that, then we kind of get under new regulations. And so we're just in the business of electricity and gas. And so as part of that, we don't sell or hold on to timber or lumber for sales purposes.
And what about the contractors?
They should definitely not be keeping or selling the wood either.
Okay, I hear should, but I'm not hearing they don't.
Right. Well, I want to say that they don't. You're right. They don't. They should not be keeping the wood as stewards of PG&E. That shouldn't happen. Again, I don't work with the vegetation management folks, but I'd have to get them on here to say for certain that doesn't happen. I guess what I'm trying to say is that our stance is that contractors aren't going to take that wood and sell it. That is not something that PG&E would allow.
Okay, I hope not. Obviously, that would create a perverse incentive, as it's known. Perverse incentive is when there's a bad reason to do something that may not be readily apparent, such as taking more trees than are necessary. And I'm thinking back to Miss Shattuck's hillside full of redwood trees that were all marked for cutting down until she insisted on meeting with the company representatives. This line and this project do go, as Robert said earlier, go well beyond our territory for GMAC. We go up to Iverson Road, and this goes probably 3 times as far, maybe 4. And but this is something that I think the county would want us to explore in its full length. It's one single project that's been referred to us for review, and I do feel it falls within our jurisdiction for that reason, wholly. And even if it doesn't, certainly the testimony we've heard tonight from a lot of these folks, including Ms. Shattuck from Fort Bragg, do factor into our decisions tonight. And I'm very grateful that we had a good public turnout on this tonight. There's a lot of really good questions. And thank you, Mr. Villasenor, for fielding them so well and for being so cordial with us. We've had some acrimonious hearings in this council in the past, and this has been a very civil one, I would say. I think we've gone through the entire council. Mary, since it's your first meeting back, I'll recognize you if you want to have a say here briefly.
I just wanted to answer one question, and that is when I spoke to a planner today, he said that any owner along the line on which these trees will be cut can definitely sign an opt-out option on spraying as well as cutting. And they need to be notified regarding the cutting and the spraying. And that's kind of worrying to me that they will be notified in time, because there is an ordinance that the county has about opt-out on cutting and spraying. So I just wanted to answer that question because the representative didn't know.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. I was going to mention that, but yes, that's absolutely true. And if PG&E isn't reaching out to all the property owners, it probably needs to. Each one of them, and they are all listed in the application, so they know who they are.
Good.
All right. I'm going to, unless there's any other questions from the council members, I'm going to see if we're ready to move to a discussion of a motion. I have a draft. I've been working on some notes I could share with the council. Shall I do that?
Please do, Tom. Yeah, we spent.
Okay.
Let me see. 2 hours on this. Yeah.
Yeah, we've gone over time. We might want to take a brief break after we finally finish this, but let me share my screen one more time. I have notes here, a draft motion that should work, I think. Let me get my list of attendees off here. Okay, are you seeing the draft motion?
Yes.
Okay, I'll read through this slowly. I think this covers most of what we heard tonight, and we can talk about any of these clauses individually as a council. The public session is now closed. The testimony is now closed. In full accord with state and federal regulations, the Gualala Municipal Advisory Council recommends approval of CDP 2021-0034 for PG&E to engage in vegetation management to reduce fire danger along the 60 kilovolt lines from Elk to Gualala, subject to the following conditions on the utility and its contractors. 1, any tree trimming or removal more than 12 feet from the line or facilities and or outside the utility's right-of-way requires written approval in advance by the property owner. 2, the use of any herbicide or pesticide outside the right-of-way will require written approval in advance by the property owner and public notice on site of the use. 3, PG&E will refrain from the use of any herbicides or pesticides listed by the state of California and or the county of Mendocino as known or suspected agents of cancer, birth defects, harm to wildlife, including but not limited to pesticides containing glyphosate or chlorpyrifos. 4, all foliage and slash resulting from the work will be removed from the right-of-way to reduce fire danger. And 5, any financial proceeds received from the timber cut during this work shall be placed in a county fund to assist wildlife victims. And I know Mr. Villaseñor just said they don't expect any, but that's kind of a just in case. And I put it to assist wildfire victims because I don't want the county, the property owners, or the company or its contractor to think about that might be a good idea. We just basically wanted to go to a good cause. So I would like to make this motion, and if there's a second, we can open it for discussion.
I'll second the motion.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we have a second from Don.
Okay.
And we can open it up for further discussion now.
Who would like to comment?
I'll start, Tom.
Yeah.
I think it's an excellent motion. I'm very satisfied with the first 2 points, which were going to be things that I brought up in the event we didn't have a draft motion yet. And I like the other 3 points also. If there was some way we could work out something with the property owner working with PG&E on going outside of the right-of-way, that would be a possibility, but I am fine. I like the motion, especially number 1 and 2.
Okay, do any of the council members on number 2, I have the use of herbicide pesticide outside the right of way will require written approval. Should that also be, should we take out the outside the right of way and just say the use of any herbicide or pesticide on private property will require written approval?
I would feel more comfortable with that, that any use of herbicide and pesticides, the property owners should be notified and the public notice as well.
Yeah, so instead of outside, what about within, Tom?
Within what?
Within the right
of way?
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking about what might happen outside the right of way, but let's try that. I have a new keyboard, so please bear with me.
Yeah.
Use of any herbicide, pesticide within the right of way will require written approval in advance by the property owner and public notice on site of the use.
I think that's good.
Tom, should we put a time frame on that as well? Should it be 48 hours, 72 hours? Because we don't want to have it a 24-hour notice. We want to give them ample notification.
Okay. What do you think, Kevin? Public notice on site of the use at least 24 hours or at least 48 hours prior to application?
I would say 48 or 72, whatever the board thinks would be appropriate. But yeah, the more the better.
Okay, I'll go with 72. Does somebody feel strongly about something else?
I think 72 is sufficient.
Okay. I think that pretty much does it. Anybody else have any comments on this?
Tom, yeah, I think overall it's pretty good. I'm just wondering whether the changes we made to number 2 sort of imply that, well, only herbicide, pesticide treatment within the right of way is covered, and outside the right of way, we don't say anything. Even though technically outside the right of way is private property.
Right.
I'm not sure we need to say anything there. I mean, we just take out anything about the right of way. Just say use of any herbicide, pesticide will require written approval in advance by the property owner. That covers both right of way and outside the right of way.
That's a good point, Don.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it does. Use of herbicide, pesticide will require written, or I'll say the planned use. All right.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I think that's good.
All right. Are there any other changes that people would like to suggest? I see a chat message coming in. Let me see if we got something else. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we need a new motion since we amended this a little? I guess we do. I'll withdraw my initial motion and make a new motion to approve this recommendation. And do we have a second on that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, it's Murphy and Hess. And Mr. Youngling, I think we're ready for a vote.
Okay. Melissa?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
And Robert? Aye.
Okay. That concludes our hearing on this matter tonight. I want to thank everybody who attended and gave evidence or asked questions. I want to particularly thank Mr. Villasenor for being so patient and staying with us this long. I was afraid nobody from PG&E would come tonight. I notified several people by phone and by email. and was very pleased to see him here tonight. So thank you for being here, Mr. Villaseñor. I will take responsibility for sending this off to Mr. Villaseñor and to the county so that this action is recorded. And this video, we do put these up on our YouTube channel. They can be reviewed there by anybody in the community. And given the length of this hearing tonight, I may break this out as a separate piece and publicize this to the community at some point. So I think that concludes this matter, and I'll turn it back over to Robert. Thank you for letting me lead this hearing, Robert.
Okay, very thorough hearing, and thanks to all of you for the work you've done on this. Okay, we will move on. Do we want to take a short break, or I think we should push through as long as we can here? Being that we have some council members that get tired, and we have a long agenda still ahead of us. Maybe we need to cut some of the meeting short. We'll see. Okay, but I'd say we go on. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so 5B will be the use permit as we amended the agenda for 2021-0006 Anderson. And that is the proposal to construct a 120-foot cell tower with antenna at 45315 Country Club Way. That's on the ridge here in Gualala, within the coastal zone. And that project was reviewed by Councilmember Hess and Melissa Finley. And
No.
And the planner is Keith Ronendijk. I don't know, the planner wouldn't be here, but is there any representative from Epic or whoever is handling this project for the applicant? Is anybody here in the audience on this? Otherwise, we'll turn it over to the council members that reviewed this project, the cell tower project.
There was somebody from Epic here earlier. Let me see if I can find a name for you.
Hello, this is Ashley Smith with Epic Wireless Group. I'm not sure if you can hear me tonight.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Yep, I'm here to answer any and all questions regarding the proposal of the 120-foot lattice tower that is proposed on the Anderson property in Gualala.
Okay, Robert, you want to let me introduce this?
Please do, Don.
Okay, I'm going to share screen. Let me try again here.
That looked like Big Sur.
Yeah, it's just my, okay, here we go. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, CDPU _ 2021-0006. Owner Robert and Linda Anderson. Applicant AT&T, agent Epic Wireless, and Ashley's with us, and that's great. Property address is 45315 Country Club Way, which was a little street I never even heard of until I had to go up there. This location is just south, the actual location of the tower, proposed tower, will be just south of Country Club Way. And this is near the intersection with Ocean Ridge Drive, which most people are probably familiar with. Description, basically 120-foot tall cellular antenna with a lattice type design. So it won't have fake branches on it like some of the other towers we've had to review. The tower would support 12 panel antennas, 1 GPS unit, and other related equipment. Project includes a 30 kilowatt AC diesel standby generator, gravel access road, and a 6-foot fence surrounding the facility. The justification for this, improve wireless coverage. Exactly where that improvement will be, we'll let Ashley define. Implement FirstNet QoS, quality of service system, to prioritize first responder communications traffic. Okay, so I went up there. It was a very warm day, and to inspect the site, took a few pictures. It looks like they've marked with some white paint the actual area where the facility will be constructed. So as you can see, it's kind of a grassy clearing. Here's another view from a little further away, looking to the house. I guess that's the Anderson's house in the distance.
Yes.
There's another view from the other end looking back. So it's surrounded by trees and brush and logs. And there's piles of dead branches in the brush. And also, curiously, piles of lumber that have just rotted away. They must have had a mill up here or something, because there was a whole stack of they were neatly stacked boards, but they're rotten. So they've been there for, who knows, decades, maybe. Anyway, I have a number of questions here, and I want to ask them so that Ashley, when she presents her information on this project, she can address some of these questions I have. So this proposed tower is relatively close to the new tower on Big Gulch Road, which we approved, I think that was a little over a year ago. And that was recently placed in service. And AT&T has antennas on that tower. So I'm curious whether this proposed tower, for the most part, will basically only provide overlapping coverage to that provided by Big Gulch, or will it service areas that Big Gulch tower does not? Two, have the local residences in proximity, especially those on Ocean Ridge Drive, been notified about this project? If so, has there been any feedback? Now, maybe some people here tonight from that neighborhood, I don't know. Number three, how much will the property owner be paid for the right to maintain this proposed cell tower on their property? And four, prior to construction, will the site be cleaned up more extensively in order to create a much more of a defensible space by removing the extremely dry and flammable materials, grasses, branches, logs, and piles of old rotting lumber that are in very close proximity to the marked off site location? I walked around a little bit in the surrounding woods, and let me tell you, it is dry as a tinderbox up there. There's so much fuel. I really wouldn't want to see any part of this project, this tower, the construction of it, or anything like that, pose any type of fire hazard. And so that's why I think it's important that a defensible space, much that goes beyond just this, be established. Anyway, so now Ashley, would you like to present the project from your standpoint and perhaps answer some of these questions I've posed?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Dawn. Good evening. Again, my name is Ashley Smith, Site Acquisition Representative for Epic Wireless Group, working on behalf of AT&T Mobility. This evening, our office is presenting a new site build located in Gualala to provide sufficient coverage to this community. Our office has evaluated several locations in the area and found that the 120-foot lattice tower would be the least intrusive means to fill AT&T's service gap. I know Dawn went over two of the benefits for this tower, but there is a third benefit, and that is that the FCC has determined that this is an area with insufficient internet services. As a result, this area was included in the FCC's Connect America Fund, and this project or the purpose of this project is to bring high-speed internet to underserved communities, and that's including this area of Gualala. And then I'll go over those questions that were asked. So the first is speaking in regards to the close proximity of the new tower on Big Gulch Road. So that tower AT&T is on, and they are currently located on that facility, if I recall correctly. That was only for coverage and capacity, where this project is majority for, besides the FirstNet program, which is the #1 concern for our new site builds. Secondly, this is for the internet coverage in this area. We have to be in close proximity to the neighboring community and homes and adjacent properties, because this will include line of sight, or this needs line of sight technology. So that's why we are, fairly close to this other tower, but the majority of the services, as far as the coverage and capacity, will be traveling northwest off of Old Stage Road. So it won't be really directed towards the northwest, where the other tower is located. Secondly, have local residents in proximity, especially on Ocean Ridge Drive, been notified? I have not received any feedback from the community. I know Mendocino County does send out flyers. The last time I spoke with Keith Grondadike, my planner with Mendocino County, he indicated that no one had received any feedback regarding this project, whether against the proposal or for the proposal. So I don't have any evidence of any feedback at this time for this project. 3, how much will the property owner be paid? Unfortunately, that's proprietary, and I cannot, I'm not able to speak in regards to that. 4, prior to construction, will the site be cleaned up more extensively in order to create a defensible space? So when we build these and construct these towers, our compound is going to be concrete and gravel, as well as our access road is going to be gravel too. And I believe that's a pretty large area as far as the area around for defensible space, but I'm sure if there was a condition of approval that stated that we would need to, place defensible space a couple, 20 feet or so around the facility, that we can definitely do that. But the whole facility, it's basically, the generators that come off with an emergency shutoff. There's a dual water fuel tank for extra security that prevents spillage or damage, generators alarm, as well as the shelter. And there's a remote shutoff too. So, and the shelter is made of concrete, which is fire resistant. So basically everything that this tower proposal is fire resistant, and the tower is also steel. So are there any further questions?
Yes, I have a few.
Okay.
I'm looking at the application, and on page 33, there's an aerial photograph showing the project location with the circle and arrow of #1. Do you see that?
I am not too sure. Are you talking about the actual planning application that was submitted by our office?
Yes. On page 33,
Okay.
there's an aerial photograph, AT&T Wireless, Advanced SIM.
Okay.
And it shows it shows 4 red circles with arrows, 1, 2, 3, and 4. #1 is this particular project.
Yep, so all 4 of, they're called photo simulations. So since the tower is not constructed, we use advanced sims to put together a simulation of what the actual proposal would look like. Of course, it could differ a little bit in real time, but he is pretty accurate. but the first photo is that location looking from Country Club Way. So this is ultimately the driveway of the property owner. And that's looking from, again, from the driveway to the facility. The second location, if you go,
Can you tell me about number 2?
Yep, number 2, this looks like it is a view from Shoreline Highway 1 looking north at the site. So due to the, it looks like the facility is not visible due to the tree coverage in this area and possibly the elevation as well. So as this is close to the coastal zone, and we prefer to add in additional photographs off Highway 1.
Oh, so number 2 is merely a location of a photograph of the project location at circle and arrow number 1.
So circle and arrow number 1 is the first photograph looking.
No, I'm just thinking about what they are. 1 is the location. 2 is a place that you took a photograph from to show number 1 location. Is that true?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, because I was worried that you were showing 4 different projects and that 2, 3, and 4 were future projects.
Oh, no, I apologize for that confusion. Yep, so it is 4 different views along the coastline and off of Country Club Way and whatnot, looking at towards the actual proposed facility. So for the example, for this site, you can't see it from Highway 1.
I'm good with that. I was afraid that you were going to be putting one of these things in my backyard.
Oh, no, nope, it's just after the Country Club.
You said you hadn't gotten any feedback, and on page 44, there's a map showing the nearby landowners. Have you sent letters to Robert Anderson, David Steffen, Robert Franklin, Samuel Parsons, Stephen Pettit, Claire McCarthy, all these people Michael Rowland, John Costin, all these people who live near where this is to be installed, have they been sent letters?
Not from our office. They should have received letters from the county. I believe the county does 1,000 feet from the property line. I believe that's what Mendocino usually does, especially with the coastal zone. I know when I sent in my application, let me see how many mailers were. I believe there were over 100 mailers that I had to print out, and it was just envelopes. And what the county actually sent out, I assume it's just a brief description of the proposal.
When were these letters sent, and did they specifically request feedback on this project?
I am not too certain when this would have been routed to the property owners. I believe Mendocino County usually does it after our project is deemed complete, which would have been, I believe, 2 months ago. And from last correspondence with the planner 2 weeks ago, he did not receive any feedback from the surrounding community.
Were they given it? Were they told they could give feedback, or was it just saying, this is what we're going to do, period?
I believe usually when they send out the project description to the community, and unfortunately as applicant, I normally do not receive that letter. They do state who to reach out to. My information is always provided on those mailers, and also the planner as well.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I had. I wanted to make sure that all the property owners. Now, how about are there property owners but people who live, but they aren't people who live there? Are there people who live there who don't own the property? Are there renters there? Are they?
Nope. So the property owners is Robert Anderson, and they live there.
Oh no, I'm talking about the people who live nearby.
I'm not too sure. When we send out those mailers, or print out the envelopes for the county to send out the mailers, we also include their PO boxes, their mailing address, as well as their address that they live at, or the property address. So there are a couple that are outside of the states, if I recall. And again, the county normally mails out those notices.
So if someone who say David Steffen, who lives right next to this, if he owns it but rents it, are you required to let the renter know that this is being done?
That's correct. They would receive mailers for both. And again, my office does not do mailers. It's strictly from the county. Unless the county requires us to send separate mailers, our office does not do so.
And how long are they given to respond with how they feel about this project? And
I'm not too sure. I do see a note. I'm not too sure who it's from, but they are stating that the county mails out the notice of hearing to the mailing list 10 days before the coastal permit administrator or planning commission hearing. We won't have a planning commission hearing until January for this project. We have not gone to the archaeological planning commission. And so I guess, again, I'm not too sure how Mendocino does the mailers, but if this is accurate, then we won't be looking at mailers being sent out until December, most likely. So maybe they haven't been sent out yet.
Oh, so in other words, they haven't got anything, so they don't know it's going to happen.
Yeah, that might be true.
In which case, there's no way you're going to get any feedback if they haven't even gotten the letter.
Right, if that's correct. If it's the 10 days before, we work with multiple counties in the area, and it's normally within a month or two after applications in with the county. So Mendocino may do this a little differently, where it's only 10 days before.
So are you going to hold off doing anything until you give people time to respond?
We are still going through the review process with with Mendocino County. Within those 10 days, I assume that that's the period that Mendocino gives the community to reach out to my planner, Keith Gronendijk, or the county as a whole, or myself.
So when do you propose to have, when do you see this thing being built?
Being built, Mendocino County building takes a little bit longer, and we're looking at January for a planning commission hearing. If we are to submit back to the building department in March, we might be looking at about a June or July approval, and construction would follow the following month.
Okay.
So this could be on air a few months later.
I should give everyone who lives on and owns property adjacent to Robert Anderson to respond.
Mm-hmm. Right, and our office can definitely send out mailers after I speak with my planner to confirm when those other mailers are going out, and we can definitely send an update to those nearby residences, allowing them more time to review the project. Again, this isn't going to go in front of Planning Commission until January, so basically this project is just holding with the county until that point. And we
member of the Gualala Municipal Advisory Council, I would not feel comfortable giving any advice on this until I hear from the landowners adjacent to the property that the project is going to be built on. I'm supposed to represent their best interests, and if I don't, if we haven't had a chance, if they haven't had a chance to know about it yet, we certainly can't hear from them. We can't represent them. I'd be more comfortable giving advice on this project after hearing from all these people who own property next to it.
Right, I completely understand. As this is my first time working with GMAC, I have worked with other advisory councils in other communities such as Alamo, and they did send off mailers themselves, the advisory council, to the community, and that was the request to be on a meeting such as this. Does the GMAC send out mailers as well, or is that strictly dependent on when Mendocino County sends out these mailers and word of mouth for this meeting.
As far as I know, we've never sent out mailers, although I looked for a list of addresses for all these people, and I have seen CDPs before that had all their addresses, and this didn't have it, so there's no way we could contact them even if we wanted to from this particular bit of information.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a list of mailers with their addresses, maybe we could do that.
Melissa, on this point of notifying, residents in the area, I do know somebody who lives on Ocean Ridge Drive, and I notified them and, said we were having a meeting about this issue. That person, I know for a fact that person knows a lot of other people in the area, so presumably she may have notified others, but, that's a very informal way of getting notified.
Yeah. Right, and that's only 2 or 3 people.
It's not any kind of an official notification, but if it was a big issue to them, they found out about it through this, then I would expect some of them to show up at this meeting, but I don't think anybody.
Well, how many people did you say, ma'am, were on the mailer list?
I believe there were almost 100 on the mailer list, and again, those are both mailing address and like the property address. So it's going to be, it's probably more like 50 people, properties total. But if the county doesn't mail them out until 10 days prior, they have not been sent out, if that's accurate.
Up to 100 people.
Yeah, I would say between 50 and 70 probably.
Melissa, Dawn, Ashley, may I interject for a second? This is Robert. When we heard the Telespan cell tower project, it's been 1.5 years, 2 years ago now, I recall that there was a much greater amount of people that had been already informed about the project being proposed, and that was beyond the 1,000-foot marker. Subdivisions beyond that distance were well informed about the project already, so it makes me wonder, usually we, GMAC, will find out about these proposed projects through the county website under public agency referrals. We also get it sent to us in the mail. Through the application process with the county is usually sending out notification to all the property owners at least 1,000 feet or more. So somehow something got lost here as far as the neighboring property owners getting notified, it sounds like, via the county.
Exactly. They should know about it so they could know to be at this meeting, and they haven't been notified.
I think that's a good point, Melissa, that people, especially in close neighborhood to this tower, should have a notification that they should know that this is being proposed.
Right, but we don't have a right to make a decision without their input.
They can choose, once they're notified, they can choose whether they, feel compelled to comment on the project or not. But if they're not notified at all, then they don't have a clue as to what's going on.
Exactly.
So I think that's important. The other question I have for Ashley here is, okay, you say the third benefit or justification for this tower is internet access. Further Reach provides internet access in that neighborhood. I'm curious, where exactly you think there's a need for additional wireless internet access, which is going to be very similar to Further Reach, I presume.
Specifically, how many people will you be serving?
So I do not know that number on the top of my head. AT&T calls them living units, and that's properties nearby in the vicinity that are able to access the wireless coverage and services with the internet project. But this was an FCC mandate, I believe, and it was basically federal money that was granted to AT&T in order to bring wireless facilities to the underserved community. So AT&T has so many projects that include this, what we call a wireless loop project, which is the internet project. And they have so many facilities that they're supposed to construct by, I believe, June of 2022. So this is actually the last project that our office is working on. And this is the main objective besides the FirstNet program is to provide the wireless facilities internet to this area. And this was brought to us again by the FCC. It was determined to be an underserved area for internet.
Okay, well, I agree this is in general an underserved area for the internet, especially if we're talking about reasonable performance. That can be a real problem. The only question I have related to this is whether or not this particular location makes a whole lot of sense for that. You know, in terms of the cell coverage, it does seem like it's overlapping with Big Gulch. I mean, when I was up there, I checked my cell phone. I have AT&T, by the way. And I was on Ocean Ridge Drive. I was getting 2 bars, which of course is not fabulous, but 2 bars is functional. You know, 1 bar is hardly functional, but 2, you can do stuff. So I was getting that, and presumably that was from Big Gulch. So I'm wondering, you know, again, is this an ideal location for this particular cell tower?
Yeah, so on top of the FCC indicating this is an underserved area for wireless internet and internet services as a whole, additionally, our radio frequency engineers, they also provide propagation maps, and they call them RAN maps, where they go online and they're able to find out, you know, if AT&T is in the area, where the service gaps are and whatnot. And this area off of, you know, Country Club Drive and Old Stage Road and Ocean Ridge, all of that area was also underserved by coverage and capacity for AT&T customers. So from a radio frequency engineer point of view, this is a location that is underserved as a whole, and therefore is in need of wireless facilities, both internet and coverage and capacity for AT&T customers.
How many customers will you get cell phone coverage from this tower that do not currently have cell phone service?
Unfortunately, our office does not have that information as far as how many people are going to be served by this tower. I know that they do these maps and they're able to sort of indicate how many people they will be able to reach, as well as how many living units will be able to use the service provided for the wireless internet. But unfortunately, that information is not given to our office.
That is the single most important piece of information determining whether the cell tower is necessary or not, is how many people will get service who aren't getting it now.
I do think that's an important question. And related to that is how far north will this cell signal and internet signal go? Will it go beyond Fish Rock Road, further north to other areas that maybe in this case are not covered well by Big Gulch?
Unfortunately, I don't have that coverage map with me to show today, but as far as I'm understanding from our radio frequency engineers, this is going up north, northwest, off of Old Stage Road and is providing coverage that way and not towards Big Gulch Road for facilities for both coverage and capacity.
Well, so your understanding is that it's sort of, these signals will propagate mostly towards the north?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that would be along the ridge. I seem to remember when Telespan proposed their now built cell tower that it was mostly for the downtown area of Gualala and heading north up along the coast and the Highway 1 corridor. So I can understand to a certain degree that this location might be able to serve the underserved up on the ridge, but it still would be very important for us to be able to see a coverage map and how many people it serves, as Dawn and Melissa have stated. And I'd also like to see the coverage map, how it ties in with the tower on Telespan, the Telespan tower. You said AT&T is also on that tower, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay, Ashley. That tower is 190 feet tall. This proposal is for a 120-foot tower. How tall are the trees around the area of this proposed project on the Anderson property?
Let me see if I can pull that up. One moment.
Because you were also talking about line of sight earlier, and I'm wondering what line of sight does this connect with, this tower? Other towers in our area, or what was meant by that?
Yeah, so line of sight, so where the antennas are for, and that's strictly not for coverage and capacity, this is for the wireless internet. Line of sight is needed for the antennas to, basically, if the community was to look into the wireless internet from AT&T, it would be a dish. And so they have to have line of sight to the dish.
The individual
that's on the
property owners, okay. Mm-hmm.
Correct, yep. And it looks like the trees surrounding this 120-foot tower are approximately 70 feet in height, 72. Yeah, it looks like about 70 to 90
that's
feet
what I
in height.
noticed. That's what I noticed, Robert, when I was up there. The trees are not that tall.
Okay.
And if you look at one of their simulation pictures, the tower extends well above the tree line.
Mm-hmm. And thus is able to serve those people on the ridge. Is that?
I'll have to confirm. I mean, if going up north to Old Stage Road and a little bit west of that, I know that is the main objective for this project for the wireless internet. I can request for a propagation map of both this facility as well as Big Gulch to see what both facilities will be able to provide for the community. And I can definitely send those in for review.
Yeah, that would be really helpful for us to see those coverage maps. Because I'm still a little confused why this cell tower is needed. And you know, we talked about this back when we were reviewing the project for Telespan and the extreme height that it was at, and sure it was camouflaged with its so faux branches and all that, but it was a very controversial project at the time. There was quite a bit of input from the developer of the site, the builder of the site, from our local emergency services personnel, and it was decided that was really needed for the area, especially from the perspective of emergency services. But we also were cautioned, or we were cautioning the public and the service provider, the cell tower builder, that we did not want to see a proliferation of cell towers in this area. And so now I'm getting the feeling that we soon will have these cell towers on many more properties, and it's just discouraging to hear this.
Right, I completely understand where you're coming from. I think everyone understands the need for the FirstNet program, especially in these times. You know, Tahoe's on fire, the Cowdell fire, there's so many fires going on right now, and emergency services are definitely needed. Again, this tower is for the wireless internet as a secondary benefit to this area. And communications are always going to be extremely important, especially in these rural areas. And with this site location, the reason why our office chose this site to proceed and submit an application to Mendocino County for review was due to, with the photo simulations that were conducted, the only area that you can see the facility is actually off of the driveway, off of Country Club Way, and that's our property owner's driveway. And we felt that the concealment of this lattice tower was, again, the least intrusive means to bring services to this area.
Right.
And yet you can't tell us how many people will be given service. That doesn't make sense, because if you want to sell this, you need to tell us how many people are going to get service. Other than that, it's just a way for a company to get government grants and for this fella to get his own private cell tower and get paid for it. That's what I'm seeing.
I have no problem with the site. The site, it's very, I know the property well. It's not a visible area, no. But and you keep reiterating that it's for internet service versus the telespan tower is more for cell service. Is that correct, Ashley?
That's correct.
Okay, but will this tower also provide cell service too?
It will, yep.
Okay,
so the first benefit is FirstNet, second is the internet project, and the third is coverage and capacity to AT&T customers.
Is this a redundancy that we're seeing, or what?
It looks like it, and I don't see how it can give line of service to all those houses up on the ridge. There are too many trees in the way.
Well, that's the other question I had. I know Don was saying it's about 70, 80-foot trees, and Ashley said that too, but it does sit kind of down in a hole where this site is proposed. So I'm wondering if it'll actually reach up and over those trees or not.
No, it won't. Not really, not well.
I can't tell without
like I said, this guy wants his own cell tower, and he'll get paid for it. And the people who install will get grant money from the government.
Ashley, you keep.
I don't like it.
Ashley, one of the justifications that you keep circling back to is this FirstNet program, which provides quality of service to first responders. Can't you implement that on the telespan tower on Big Gulch Road?
Yep.
Yeah, so that tower should, well, it was constructed by Telespan. I'll have to confirm if that has the FirstNet program on it, but majority of AT&T's towers now have that FirstNet program on the towers, and all of our new site builds do. I don't know if the Telespan tower would have that, as it's not an AT&T tower. It's another tower owner constructed that facility, and AT&T is only co-locating on it, where AT&T owns this tower. Once it's constructed, it's owned by AT&T, and that's why they have the services they do on this tower.
Yeah, but to provide QoS, it's really just a router function. I mean, it's a very small piece of equipment, to my knowledge. So it shouldn't be that difficult to implement on an existing tower, I would think. Anyway.
And again, I didn't work that project, so I'm not too sure if it's on that tower, but this project is for that internet program. And the next time, if we're able to have another meeting on this, I will provide the propagation maps for both towers, as well as provide evidence on how many people would be able to use this internet that's provided by this AT&T tower.
Well, are you willing to come back to us next month with this additional information? Because I'm having a hard time, making a definitive decision on this without some additional information.
Yes, our office would definitely be interested in coming on once again with GMAC. I don't know if mailers will be sent out by next month. Again, this is not going in front of the Planning Commission until January. So I would want to reach out to Mendocino County to confirm if I'm able to send out mailers myself. It's generally not what our office does. That's generally handled by the counties. But if they do express that I'm able to do so before the county sends out the actual mailers regarding this project, I will do so before that meeting. But if the county does not prefer me to do so, then I don't know if there will be any community outreach before the next meeting.
I think
Okay,
one of us,
Robert, Robert, how do we proceed on this? Because
Don, I was just gonna suggest, Don, that maybe one of us needs to reach out to the staff planner on this. Keith Gronendijk, I think is his name here. The pronunciation I'm not sure of, but to see what outreach the county has done to notify all the property owners, because we all seem to be concerned about that.
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, we shouldn't have another meeting until they've all been notified and had time to deal with it,
Well,
and can come to us
Tom,
and give us
Tom,
their feedback.
It sounds like Ashley's amenable to that, and AT&T Epic. So who's next? Tom has questions.
Yeah, I'd like to start by sharing a picture I just got off my phone, if I may. Took this down on the beach today, and that's the existing tower. When we heard about this tower from Telespan a couple of years ago, it was not going to be much taller than the trees. It'd be a little bit taller, but it wouldn't be noticeable. It wouldn't mar the landscape. This is a town that exists largely on the beauty of its surroundings. This thing looks like a giant oil derrick sticking up over the tree line. And I know your tower is going to be a little bit shorter than this, but that's not a good look for us. So we are sensitive to the number of towers we're going to have around here. We did turn down a tower last year. I think it was an AT&T tower, and I think it was related to the FirstNet. We recommended against it. It was a separate tower than Telespan that we recommended against. Now I hear FirstNet's going to be on the new tower. I know AT&T has dishes on the Telespan tower. I don't understand why I can't add the internet service there. I'm not really sure what the internet service is. It's going to be wireless internet in addition to whatever internet people can get, the data services people can already get through their cell phones. Can you clarify that a bit? It's going to be subscription internet service. Is it going to compete with ground cable or
further reach,
infrared or further reach or infrared services that are offered here?
I'm not too sure. I don't know the technical, infrared services or anything like that. I only do the site act planning, side and leasing of these projects. But from what I understand, it's for wireless internet, and it will be something similar to AT&T, AT&T Uverse, Comcast, and what have you. So it's not landline service, is wireless services from the tower to your
Uverse and Comcast are both cable based. So is there going to be a cable related to this? How does that work?
Xfinity, I believe, is the internet services and whatnot. So we would be competing against those companies.
Those are cable based.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that for the next meeting. I can provide the specifics in regards to that. Internet is very much needed in this area per the FCC, and that's why we're proposing it in this area. And yeah,
it is needed. We have pretty weak internet. The Sea Ranch, which is right across the river from us, this week upgraded their fiber optic network so that they are now receiving 1 gigabit internet service. I have further reach, and I can tell you as soon as I saw they were getting 1 gig, I ran a speed check and found out that our speeds are 34 versus 979 KBS. So it's we have pretty poor internet service, and it's expensive here. It's also cheaper on the internet on the Sea Ranch for that fast service than it is here for the slower service we receive, which we're happy to have. I can stream TV on that, but it gets airballs caught in its throat every once in a while. I appreciate that companies are looking to invest in here. It is discouraging to hear Gualala was last on your list. That's not a point in your favor, in my mind. It doesn't bode well that we don't have a access map. We in past cases, we've had the presenter show us exactly what areas would receive service and which won't. It's not clear why we need another tower. When we could there's the potential to put more dishes on the existing tower. I'm not at all happy with the look of the existing tower, which was supposed to be disguised as a tree and doesn't look like anything like a tree. I have a lot of objections to this, and we're not even getting into issues here that like radiation, which is the purview of the FCC. That's not our court to play in. But I think you've heard a lot of concerns from the council. I certainly have all those concerns and more. I feel like this presentation is ill-prepared, and I think something may have slipped up in the county because we didn't get a huge response to this. And the last 2 times we've considered towers before this council, there's been a fairly large turnout to comment on it. So it is a little suspicious that nobody showed up for this. So I do think it's a wise idea to put this off for a month and table the matter and come back with a lot more answers and perhaps a technical expert who can answer all the questions we have.
Definitely, I agree.
Oh, Ashley, one other question. You work for Epic Wireless. You're the tower company as opposed to AT&T?
No, we are not the tower company. We are a site acquisition vendor for AT&T. We work on behalf of AT&T. We find the locations. AT&T requests for us to find locations in a certain vicinity, a certain area. This being Gualala, our office finds the location, and we get the government entitlements in order to construct the facility, as well as do the leasing deals with the property owners.
Do you compete with Telespan?
Telespan is a tower owner, so they go and they construct towers at, they do basically the same thing that we do, except they own the tower. AT&T, whom we work on behalf, co-locates on those towers. So Telespan is more directly correlated with AT&T towers versus our office.
If AT&T built this tower, excuse me, if AT&T built this tower, would they have other companies placing dishes on it?
That's correct. So the goal for this facility, there is 4 carriers able to be co-located on this tower, including AT&T, so 3 additional carriers. AT&T works well with other carriers such as T-Mobile and Verizon, and so once this tower is constructed, most likely Verizon and T-Mobile will follow shortly thereafter.
Okay, great. Thanks for that information. It gives me a clearer sense from the business sense of where this fits in the competitive landscape. and the need for more cooperation. I would also point out that the fiber optic cable does run through Gualala and is not accessed well, actually it is accessed by some of the companies here, but we could have gigabit speed internet service here if fiber optic service cable ran to the houses. So I'd really like to see a company talking about that kind of internet service as opposed to something that's going to be outdated in a relatively short time. But thank you. That concludes any comment I have for tonight.
So
May I?
go ahead, Melissa.
I would like you to take back to AT&T this very, very, very loud message from Gualala. We deliberately got rid of all of our electrical wiring through town because it's ugly. We don't want cell towers. We want internet. We want fiber optic. It's right along Highway 1. We want you to find some way to get the money from the government, not to build cell towers, but to give everyone in our town real, secure internet service through the fiber optic cable that's been running up and down Highway 1, doing us absolutely no good for how long, Robert? How long has it been there?
2013.
For 8 years, it's been sitting there doing us absolutely no good. You go back to AT and tell them to go to the government and get grants to give our houses fiber optic cable internet, not cell towers. We don't want them.
So that's a message from one of our council members, Ashley.
Well, I would say that's a message from some council members. I can see the argument for towers, but I'm not hearing it tonight. If there's an argument to be made to put another tower over Gualala, I want to make sure there are good reasons for it, and I'm not hearing them tonight.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think there need to be more specific justifications in terms of who this tower is going to really serve ultimately. If it's just, adding another layer to service that's already serviced to an area serviced already by the Big Gulch Tower, then I think there's a certain level of redundancy there that we don't really need. And while Melissa's point is important on one level, at least in terms of internet access, I agree with her. I do believe we need cell towers. We need them for first responders. You can't carry around a cell phone without a cell tower. Doesn't work with fiber optic. So, that was Melissa's message, but it's not necessarily a message from all of us.
And
it's a message from a lot of people in town, though. And the people who came and said, don't build this cell tower. Please don't build the cell tower next to our house. We don't need it. We don't want it. We don't like it.
Kevin, please chime in.
I would like to go back to square one, and I think the biggest problem I see right now is that we have not reached out to the property owners. So we've really not communicated with the people that will be affected most. I also agree that we don't know the service coverage area. Will it be a benefit to us? We don't know that. I don't know if in a month we would be able to reach out to people in an effective manner to really get the input we need.
Maybe then we need to postpone this hearing or this rehearing until our November meeting.
Or until everyone's had a chance to get their letter, and it sounds like she was saying it might be January or February.
Right.
I think we're stretching this out.
Let's just talk to the planning department and see,
exactly.
How this can happen, in a more timely manner. Rather than trying to guess ourselves what's going to happen, because we really don't know.
Right.
We're
Right.
dependent on the planning department for this, so let's talk to them.
Okay, so
We
what's
have
our,
two people who just, wait a minute. I think Ashley may have. Ashley, are you with us?
I
Ashley
am
just
on the
joined.
phone still, but unfortunately I was kicked off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see you re-entering. And somebody else too.
Mhm.
Oh, no, they went away. Yeah, I think 1 month delay on this. We could always delay it again if we don't have the answers. But I think 1 month would be plenty to find out if the county already notified people. We certainly could do outreach on local Facebook groups, see if anybody has more thoughts. I did put up the agenda for this meeting on the local Facebook group, so there was that notification. And lots of people showed up for the PG&E part. Anyway, I think we've covered this one to death tonight. Maybe we can table this and move on.
why don't we make a motion to table this until next month's meeting? Is that, and then we'll go from there, like you were just suggesting, Tom.
Yeah.
Can,
Yeah, I'll move that we table this issue until the next meeting in October.
mhm.
Oh, yeah, next meeting? Yeah, October, right. Sorry. I can't believe it's
And if
September.
we don't have anything,
Can
if we
some-
don't have anything, then we'll table it till the next month.
Well,
Is that it?
let's have somebody second that motion of Don's, and we'll talk about it a little bit more here before we vote
I'll
on
second.
it. That was a second from Tom?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, and what'd you say, Melissa?
I said if we don't have anything next on the nearby residents, then we will postpone it till the month after that.
We would consider that at that time, yeah. What we'll do in the meantime, Ashley, is we'll also reach out to the county and we'll talk to the planner on this, okay, and see what the county can do to make sure that all the residents up there are notified. Does that sound good?
Perfect. I think that's a great plan. Thank you.
Okay, does that sound good to everybody? Then
Yeah,
we'll,
that's great. And actually,
yeah,
that
we have
meeting is on October 7th.
October 7, okay. So we've got a motion and a second. to
Let's
do
vote.
that. Okay, Melissa,
Aye.
Kevin,
Aye.
Don,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Robert, aye. Okay, we thoroughly handled that project or that proposal also. So let's move on. Are you ready to move on, everyone?
Thank you, Ashley.
My next item on the agenda is I'm going to go to sleep.
Okay.
I've been on this thing for 3.5 hours and I'm going to sleep.
We don't see that item on the agenda. We would have had to amend the agenda for that, Melissa.
Sorry, it's on my agenda. Go to sleep.
What do you think, everybody? Should we continue? We should at least handle one more project, Melissa. And
No,
because
3.5 hours, it's 9:15. I'm going to sleep now.
this will go relatively quickly because D and E are renewals, and I think we could probably wait on those a little bit longer. If
Good night.
What's that?
Good night.
Okay. No stamina. No.
No, if I step any later, I'll be sick tomorrow. I'm not
Melissa,
into
you do
that.
what you have to do. Okay. The
Yeah.
rest of the council members, are you ready to push forward?
Yes, we
Good
are.
night.
I think we can get
Okay.
through the rest of the agenda fairly quickly. There is quite a bit on here, so let's just keep moving. We do have a quorum with 4 people, and Barry will record that Melissa left the meeting at 9:19.
Okay. So we are at 5C. This is an actual coastal development permit, 2021-0031. Ritteman, Carl Ritteman is the owner of the property. Wynn, what's Lisa's, is it Lisa Wynn? No, it's Amy Wynn.
No, Amy.
She's still in the audience? Is she still in the audience?
She has survived, along with a couple of her team members.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good, okay. So,
Good job, you guys.
We saw
Thank you,
your
Amy.
input on this project. This is a project that Tom Murphy and I walked. I'm pretty familiar with those properties on Gypsy Flat Road. And let me see, usually we let the applicant or the applicant's representative speak about the project first. So you have the floor, Amy.
Hello, everyone. GMAC, it's a pleasure to see you all. Thank you so much for hearing our item. I do appreciate your stamina. And I do absolutely understand how thoroughly you all go through project applications, so I'll be super brief. This project, as you know, is a request for a, gosh, I'm opening up way too many documents. I don't know why it's I think my PDF that is helping me guide my thoughts is tired, as was Melissa. So sorry about that. I'm now
Amy, do you want to share anything on the screen? If you don't, I have a couple of pictures of the land I could share.
No, that's okay. You can go ahead. You can go ahead and share as you wish. I'm just visual, so I was using my site plan as a guide. But as you know, Gypsy Flat Road has steep side slopes. This property has an existing tiny cabin on it. Now our request is to remove that little cabin and build a small single-family residence. As we know, this is a challenging piece of property. So we have a limited portion of the property that we will be developing with this little residence. We have worked very closely to determine the best access to the property, as well as the least environmentally impacting location, given all factors. And let's see, I think all of our development is more than 50 feet away from environmentally sensitive habitat resources, except for some of the septic and the portions of the driveway. So I am available for any questions. And I know that was super brief, but I do know that you've been looking closely at this, and I'm available for questions and response as you wish.
Okay, Tom, leave that picture up that you just had. That blue flag there, Amy, what represents what exactly?
That blue flag, I haven't been to the site in several months, but it looks like that's that little cabin, or no, that might be the water tank, one of the water tanks behind the tree to the left. So I believe that blue flag.
This is from the road.
Yeah. I believe that blue flag may be where the driveway takes off, but I'm not, don't quote me on that.
I'm sort of thinking that too, but I kind of pasted off from the corner of the little notch piece where the tanks are, that hold the spring water. That would be a very wide driveway at that point. So I think the driveway, I couldn't tell from any of the drawings, probably doesn't need to be more than 10 to 12 feet wide where it approaches that sideline of the notch piece.
Correct. Yeah. The driveway does need to get off of the road and then start turning onto the property. So it'll be a little bit wider right at the road, but then the driveway will narrow down to 10 feet as soon as possible, as soon as it's, safe to turn a car off of the road and onto the property.
Right. There has to be an apron. Yeah. And that was the most concerning thing for me, Tom, on that project, is getting the driveway in there off of Gypsy Flat, and then what kind of a retaining wall they're looking at on that driveway, especially in the beginning when it comes off of Gypsy Flat, because then it kind of levels out a little bit better, and you might not need as much of a retaining wall. But that beginning portion, I'm thinking it's going to be more than 4 feet, which is going to need an engineered retaining wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was also my concern on this project. It's a really steep drop off. I hiked down to that little cabin you see on the screen there, which is a dilapidated cabin that's going to be removed. I believe that's the cabin down there.
Right.
And then the house will be located down there. The driveway, I'm trying to pull up your application because I know there's a pretty good site map in there. But the driveway is going to be very, very steep, and the retaining wall was also a concern for me. I just don't know how you're going to do it. The other thing is, and Amy, I know you could speak to this eloquently. In the application, it talks about the ESHA areas, and that it was believed that there could be minimal intrusion, I'm paraphrasing here, on the ESHA areas. But looking at this lot, when I got up there, I was trying to think of how you'd possibly get a bulldozer into that site without completely trampling just about everything in the ESHA area, and build the house site there. It just kind of didn't correlate to what I was reading in the application. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I understand that concern. And if you like, I can share my screen, which is, I can share probably a screen that an image is, that is maybe more, sorry, I guess my language is a little inside out. I guess I'm a little tired too. So I have an exhibit from the biological report that I think may help more clearly illustrate the project and its limits. So the green is the proposed house with the proposed 774 square foot residence with a little 157 square foot cabin there. And the red, as you know, are the 50-foot environmentally sensitive habitat area buffers. And you can see that some of the driveway and the parking comes into that 50-foot buffer on the south side, and the septic primary field and the tanks go into the buffer on the north side. There, we will have a very tight area for construction. So the first thing that we will do is come in and grade the driveway. There's a little bit of, let's see, I think I can annotate with this tool. Let's see, I'm gonna use a red annotate button. Okay. There's a little bit of area here, I think, and there's a little bit, it's probably not there. There's a little bit of turnout area down the road where we can stage the equipment as we do the grading for the driveway. The residence is intended to be mostly built into the slope as opposed to doing, landform alteration all around it. So we won't be doing that. We will be building, the bottom story will be have retaining wall as needed as it goes down the grade. So it will be very tricky to build, but the biological report requires construction fencing and straw wattles to protect the resources, and contractors that we've been working with, that we've been developing relationships with over the years have become used to navigating these really tight areas. So, when it comes to construction, I hope that the applicant is able to, I think there's a handful of very qualified contractors that can work on tricky sites like this, and those are the folks that we would be recommending for this project. I do want to point out, as you recall, there are boulders on the site. At least a couple of them would have to be removed in order to accommodate the house. It was the only way we could get the house in there while complying with the buffers and the topography. I don't know if that is clear or not. I can speak more to any questions that you have.
Okay, now just to the northwest there of the driveway coming in, the proposed driveway coming in, that purple area represents the leach lines?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's just outside of the buffer then.
Yes, sir. And that location has been approved by the County Department of Environmental Health.
Right.
Carl Ridham and Associates work closely with environmental health and with our team to make sure that it's, in the right the right situation relative to effluent and treated water and drainages.
Okay. I happen to know Carl Ribbon. I know he's a soil scientist himself, and he's probably the best suited to design his own system, I would think. So
I'll tell him you said so.
okay, he's done others, I know, and he's good at that. So
Cool.
one of the things that occurred to me on this property, and I know I have a property listed further down on this Gypsy Flat Road for sale, and I know this notched piece pretty well that's adjacent to the driveway. But one of my thoughts was why, I mean, and it's a very modest project when you think about the size of the home. I think it's a 1-bedroom septic system, if I'm not mistaken. I've forgotten now. Or is it a 2-bedroom home? I don't remember what he proposed, but I worry.
You're right. I think it's 1 bedroom.
Okay, I worry still about the driveway going in. I know it's got to hug. The only way to get in there on relatively level ground is to hug that property line there, that notched piece with it, which has the tanks, the water tanks, and collecting the spring water from the other side of the road. But turning around in that driveway, how is that going to be accomplished?
It's a short driveway. And so the turnaround, and I do recognize that, Robert, it was either you or Tom who had remarked about the steepness. It's no steeper than any CAL FIRE standard allows. So it's really the most, it's pretty much kind of the only way to design this project.
Right.
And we spent months and months going back and forth about the driveway configuration, how to get a driveway onto the property, how is it feasible to get a driveway onto the property, and this is, it will be I mean, really the only way to get in and out is to, and I use orange for access, so the only way to get in and out is actually to drive in and park. And then it's not ideal, but back on out.
Okay.
That's the only, it's the only feasible way to do it without starting to impact, getting much closer to environmentally sensitive habitat areas and doing a lot more landform alteration that our company didn't feel we could justify on a driveway this short.
Now, how does the fire department recognize that?
Fire department is fine. They signed off on it. They can park their vehicles up here on the road or here and then bring a hose down. It's about, what is that? That's just about 100 feet from the road. And so it's accessible. And then, as you know, Gypsy Flat has a little bit of a Y up here. So they can, I don't know if they can do a hammerhead, if they can do a 3-point turn at the driveway, but they can, I think you're right. They can do a 3-point turn up the road. Yeah.
I'm looking at the plans right now, and it is a 2-story, 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath house. Oh, wait a minute.
Thank you, Tom.
What'd you say, Tom?
It's 2-story, 2.5 bedroom. I'm sorry, a 2-story, 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath house.
Okay.
Yeah, and
it's only 774 square feet.
I know, it's pretty little.
About 1/3 of the total land displacement. I think the land displacement's over 1,900.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, oh, I'm sorry.
I see there's a topographical map here. It looks like there's, walking it in that 100 feet, it goes down a lot, but I think it's only about 40 or 50 feet that it goes down.
Yeah,
if I'm reading the topo right.
Yeah, and it's interesting because no matter what the size of the house, you still need a driveway that's minimum, that's terrible, but minimum this kind of configuration.
Right.
And so whether the house was 1 bedroom or 4 bedroom, we'd still have to build a driveway like that. We started running into topography that we were not comfortable expanding into, and with those boulders, we didn't really want to make this project any larger. And it is tiny, it's pretty darn little. But this is what we felt like that was the property could support.
Yeah, it's a shame to have to move that boulder or a couple of boulders. They are quite big, those boulders.
Mm-hmm.
And if there was only a way to incorporate those into the design, one of my thoughts was, I mean, the driveway seems like it's doable, especially if it hugs that notched property and it doesn't have too big of an apron. I think whatever it's going to be, a 6-foot retaining wall maybe there in the beginning. I'm not sure what that is going to come out to be, but I would think there's going to be a grading plan required by the county on this.
Yeah.
And then my thought was, if you had a driveway that went into a garage, directly into a garage, and then you built up from there. And I don't know what the height limitation is right off the top of my head, but then you'd possibly have a way to back out into, let's say, the northwesterly portion of the green diagrammed home you have here and go out forwards.
Mm-hmm.
If you follow me.
I do. Let's see.
And usually the height limitation in the county is 32 feet, I think. And I'm not sure what the height limitation on this 2-story home or what you have proposed here at the moment. Oh, 28 feet it looked like.
Yeah, 28 feet is the maximum. So with the little footprint that we had, and 700, just under 800 square feet of living area, we didn't feel like we really could, with that topography and with those constraints, kind of, because I do recall, thanks Robert for bringing up the concept of the garage, in the building kind of a thing. I recall now way back considering that, and it just started, that this is really, I mean, it's hard to believe, but this is kind of like the level spot on the property.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and
it is.
just for the scope of the kind of the amount of effort that this client wants to put into build, constructing the house, as you start incorporating a garage and all that engineering in with the structure and the additional topography for the residents, it just was starting to get to be a little bit too much. So he was really trying to get something as modest as possible, that's feasible, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense.
It tends to be a little less expensive to build up. I was just thinking that maybe there would be some room still to go up a little bit, or to go down into the grade a little further. But no, I just wanted to make sure it was thought about.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
I'm looking at the topographical map, and it does look like it's about 50 feet drop from the roadway down to the house site. Now, with a 100-foot driveway, you're talking about going down 5 stories in 100 feet. I don't see that as a practical solution to getting a car down there, much less getting a car back out, especially in the winter. And I have major reservations about that. As much as respect I have for you, Amy, and for the work you do and for this proposal. It's an incredible design. I can believe you worked on it for months. But I have real doubts about the practicality of this project. So
yeah,
I'm probably not going to vote against it. I'm probably not going to vote against it, but I'm dubious about whether it'll get built.
Sure. So if you look at these points here that I circled, I don't know if you can see that. I can zoom in if you need. These are the survey points for topography. So this is this one up here is almost 498, and this one down here is about 488. So from this point to this point is about a 10-foot drop.
Oh, okay.
So,
you have a better map than I have. My numbers aren't that clear on the version I'm looking at in the plan.
Okay. Yeah. I know. I'm sorry. It's hard to convey all the information that we need to convey on these maps and do it clearly. But I'm happy to walk you through anything and rediscover anything with you as you
Could you
have your
talk about the
questions.
trees a little bit? I know you have this in the study, but I think the council might be interested to talk about what trees are being removed and what are being preserved.
Sure. There are, let's see, how many, I'm sure we have it quantified in our report. I don't know the exact number of trees, but we can see that there are trees marked here for removal within the driveway. I think in the area of the house, as I recall, there aren't as many trees. It's kind of opens up some where as you get to the little cottage, the little cabin rather. So I'd say there's probably, I don't know, maybe 12 to 15 trees that will be removed to accommodate the driveway and then get to the house. I apologize, as soon as I scoot this, my annotations will, they don't move.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I know, it's so weird, but Zoom makes it kind of cool for being able to annotate. Let's see, we do not have a proposal to remove trees beyond the building footprints. We don't propose to remove any trees beyond, and septic works around the trees. So I think that's about it. So the site, the site certainly will be cleared as it comes in along the driveway, but the vast majority of the property will remain a redwood forest.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the size of those trees on both your drawing and on my photos, and they are trees of a modest size. They're not very mature trees. So
yeah,
there's a substantial redwood close to Gypsy Flat as the apron starts, Tom, and that one would be a shame to see that one go.
That's at 30 inch there or higher.
Yeah, and it's kind of at the head of the,
right here.
What is it, the Euphemal stream, or it's kind of at the head of that little draw that starts heading down that way. That one should be preserved. That one's a real beautiful one, as well as an old stump somewhere in that area where the driveway is proposed. There's a big redwood stump. And I would,
it's over by the water, isn't it? Oh, there it is.
No.
There's a 50-inch stump. You're right. Right
Where
below
are
that
you
circle. Right below Amy's circle there.
Oh yeah, okay, it should be right in that area, yeah.
Yeah.
But I could see where you kind of incorporate that stump and make your retaining wall in that area. I could see that happening. There it is, 50-inch stump. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we may very well be able to avoid impacting those. I know that Carl, he loves redwoods, and with this retaining wall, we'll do our best to avoid direct impacts to those big guys.
Now, how wide is the driveway again, right in that area?
So the driven part is the required 10 feet wide. Let me see if I can. So if that's 10 feet, then the apron at the, right here, this line seems to be about 20 feet to get onto the road. So 10 feet here, and then it starts widening out at this little swing.
Okay.
Yeah,
it would be nice to know how high that retaining wall is going to need to be. And I'm sure you'll be working on that with the county with your grading permit and all that, but it's going to be definitely need to be engineered.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely.
But that's the only way in and out of that property. The only way.
I know, go figure. I mean, it's, Carl is I love working with our peer consultants on projects because, as with you guys, our peer consultants are the ones that really understand, how to work with challenging properties, and they understand what can be pushed and what can't be pushed. So Carl's been a real pleasure to work with on this, and I think the team with him have we've come up with a pretty graceful little resolution for how to put a modest little home on this property.
Right, and it's just the getting in and getting out, and you get it, you get down to the proposed parking area, and then you have a nice ridge back, so to say, right in that area where you can level out an area for a smaller, modest-sized home. And I appreciate all that, and that you know, Carl loves the land, and he's working with the land here on this project and all that. The other thing we haven't talked about yet is the water source.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know that circle on the other side of Gypsy Flat Road is where the spring is that feeds the notched parcel, correct?
Yep. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, now that notched parcel is a separately owned parcel by another fellow further down on Gypsy Flat Road.
Correct.
So the water rights to that property, can you explain that a little bit? I know a little bit about the history, but how is Carl going to be using that spring water?
Yeah, there is, let's see, there is a deeded water right to this property. I had a feeling you were going to ask this. There's a deeded water right.
Way back. I happen to know Walter Talk. Yeah. He's long gone.
Yeah. And then there's also a note on the parcel map from 1960 that, let's see if I can zoom in. There's a note down here that says that, let me get my annotation back. This area is reserved for, so this is note 1 here. This area is reserved for a water tank and pump house. So, so we, you know, he has clear deeded access to the water on that property with this document here. There's also, you know, that note that this little notch is intended for water tank and pump house, and that's what we've done with this project is we're making use of that. Because as you might understand, drilling well on this property, that would be kind of that's challenging.
So will he have his own water tank also on his property or not?
The water tank will be on the notch parcel. So that's this light blue is Carl's water tank that he's proposing, and then that will feed the house.
So the easement covers that.
Yes, sir.
Now there's others that also have water from that site. Is that not correct?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
There are other property owners in that vicinity that also have water rights to those tanks. Is that not correct?
I believe that's correct. I assume that's correct. I've not researched that.
Okay.
But I've always assumed.
I know of 2 others that are on the Gypsy Flat Road area right in that vicinity that get their water from that spring in those tanks. The other thing we should all know is that the property owner of that notched piece, in his deed, he has reserved 50% of that water use, okay?
Yeah.
So, you know, I know those springs are really nice up in that area. They're all over the place in the hills right in that vicinity. And so there is water flowing in even in the biggest drought years, like last year and this year. So that's good for the water source.
Mm-hmm.
Is that pump house going to be rebuilt, and is that part of this project, or is the other owner going to handle that? Because that thing's pretty much kind of looks like it's falling apart, frankly.
I'm taking a look at the description.
It was also leaking quite a bit of water out. I imagine that's going to be looked at.
I thought that was overflowed, Tom, myself.
Oh, it could have been overflow. There was a lot of water up there. You're right about the spring. It's marked as a seasonal creek on the study, but gosh, it was gushing when I was there in August.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you're right that it's overflow as opposed to leaking. It's quite productive. Yeah.
Okay, then explain in your report, Amy, there's all sorts of things about best management procedures and all that kind of thing. I liked your report quite a bit, and you really worked hard on trying to help do something on this project on this property for Carl. But I would definitely want to see those best management procedures or whatever you referred to them as strictly adhered to on this project.
You bet. You bet.
Yeah.
So, as you know, those will be conditions of approval. And our company, you know, as with the builders that are learning how to, you know, have developed the skill set for how to work on these, you know, remaining challenging parcels, as the easy ones are no longer, you know, they're all developed. They also are now quite used to our pre-construction training that we do with them. So with the contractors, within 2 weeks of construction, the beginning of any ground disturbance activities, our team goes out and performs avian species surveys to make sure that there's not going to be any disruption to nesting birds. We also perform an amphibian survey, and we give the contractors a training session on how to identify special status amphibians. And you know, I don't think there's cell service right there, but you know, if they find any special status amphibians, then they have to notify us. So the training teaches them how to, you know, as they begin work in the morning, when they're moving the lumber, you have to look around for the amphibians. Let's see what else we do. Certainly the biologist will be on site before construction begins to flag the 50-foot buffers, or actually that might be, we might have the surveyor flag those, and then to monitor the installation of the construction fencing. That construction fencing would have to go in after the septic lines go in. So let's see, construction fencing, let's make that, no, red is a bad color. So in advance of the septic, there would be the wattles and, you know, any silt barrier here, right, to allow for the installation of these lines and those tanks. And then when that has been completed, then we can move the construction fence up to you know, increase those protections, and then we would have our construction fence over here. And this one we could extend down like this and bring it around, and that would be our work area. And of course, you know, along the property line, I think the property line is not fenced, I think, but it's pretty easily identifiable.
It's well marked with pins and stakes, yeah.
Yeah. So that would all be marked as that basically is the construction, the construction zone. So what else am I missing? I know I'm pretty sure I'm missing some of the measures. Let me go find the report. Okay, birds, bats, amphibians, invertebrates. So you guys have a really awesome Pomo bronze shoulder band snail down in that area. So we did not find them on this property, but they do show up in redwoods down there. So that's that, and those are pretty easily identifiable. So we'll teach the contractors about those guys. Our BMPs includes minimizing vegetation removal. Yeah. Outsloping the driveway. Yeah, that's it. And let me know if you want me to go through any of that in more detail.
The driveway, it accommodates the 2 cars, and then there's excess driveway, it looks like.
Maybe, I don't.
In that one blow up that you had, see that?
Oh yeah, well, not much.
Well, yeah, it's probably 8 feet, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, I mean, I think.
Is that absolutely needed, or is that helping the turnaround possibilities down there, or what?
I think what it helps is, you know, I think what could happen is actually the cars could park here and here, and there's a little bit more room to walk into the house. Or you know, they could put their recycle bins here, and then pull them up the driveway.
Okay, so all the utilities are going to be underground coming off of Gypsy Flat?
Yes, sir.
Electricity, okay, phone.
Yeah.
What about the heat source? I don't remember seeing what that was going to be.
Heat source. So this is a coastal development permit. So we don't usually get into that level of detail in a coastal development permit. That would be in a building permit.
Probably be a wood stove, I would think, rather than, well, I was just thinking about a propane tank where it might be located if that was indeed needed, but maybe it's just going to be a simple wood stove for a small residence like that. Okay.
Yeah, you know, he didn't ask for a propane tank, so I'm thinking that it'd just be electric heat. I mean, it's a little house.
Or electric, okay. Usually in the application though, the CDP application, we do see that, and I'm not, Tom, did you see that? What kind of heat source?
I don't recall that. I'll take a quick look through here and see if I can find something.
Utility company tank. There it says, right there, tank, gas tank.
Oh, gas tank.
But we don't see the location. So maybe that little.
You're very right. We don't see that on the site plan.
Well, so maybe that little extra 8 feet there that I'm seeing on the driveway, maybe that's going to accommodate garbage and tank and stuff like that.
Yep.
Maybe, I don't know. We didn't see the level of detail on the plan.
Yeah.
Can the gas companies even get a hose down that far? That's pretty far.
Well,
I thought their limit was like 40 or 50 feet.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. They'll have to back down, Tom.
I have a question. Is there a reason that this new house has to have a propane tank?
Nope.
Doesn't have to, no.
It can be electric.
And what about solar panels? Aren't all new housing in California now required to have solar panels?
Yeah, that is a great question. And in the beginning, yes, they were, but then there was so much pushback from homes in woods like this where it's impossible to get any solar access, so that it's no longer required if you're in a wooded area.
Okay, I see.
How would they measure that, by the way? How do they measure whether or not you have enough sun or not? I mean, the solar companies do that, yeah.
I don't know. That's a building permit thing.
It's
I have my limits.
It's definitely a very dark area in there.
They do it with a drone. They can figure that out precisely how much sunlight a roof gets. Anyway,
yeah, you know, when I built my house, I got this little solar thing that I rented from the energy center. It was like it's like a little fisheye on a tripod, and you know, and when I sent my photographic results back to the energy center, they laughed at me because my house is in the woods. They were like, "Amy, really? You think you're going to get solar on this property?" And I was like, "Well, I guess not." So that was a long time ago.
Yeah, there's no way to get to that project. I mean, I was there on a bright, hot, sunny day, and it was cold and dark in there. It's just no way it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Well, even without solar panels, there's still a good reason to stick with electric power.
Mm-hmm.
But I would also couple that with a wood stove. And the reason you need a wood stove is for example, a PSPS event up here, when you will not have any electricity. Mm-hmm. And so you can use the wood stove to keep your house warm, and you can cook on it.
Right.
And
nice.
Plenty of firewood around here.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it's a very challenging project.
I want to see this one when it's done, Amy. You're gonna have to give us a heads up when it's done.
I know, me too, right?
Yeah.
Carl
it's
has been so incredibly patient. Yeah, Carl's been so patient. This has been it's been a long process to figure out how to fit a little house on this property and get all the interpretations of, you know, our team went back and forth many times about whether these little ephemeral drainages are something to protect or not. And, you know, these maps changed so many times, and our end result was that, you know, yes, these little fingers do need to be protected. And so, yeah, he's been patient, and I think we'll have a sweet little cabin basically in the woods when he's done.
We'll look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, so I think we can only have half of the GMAC members in the house for the open house.
It's okay. If we have more than that, we have to put out a public notice anyway.
Right.
Right. Cool. Do you guys have any more questions for me?
No. Tom, should I try a motion?
You should try a motion. Well, I did sketch something out, but I'm not happy with it. So maybe you want to try it.
What do you have? Show us what you have.
Oh, let me see what I have. Okay, I'll share. I have the Gualala MAC recommends approval, blah, 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 subject to county review of plans for retaining wall drainage and plans to move heavy equipment onto and off the site without damage to the ESHA.
Okay.
But I think you had other points you wanted to raise.
I'd love to add something. Strict adherence to the Amy Wynn, what was it called? The scoping.
I will get the full title for you.
The updated scoping, biological scoping survey that you did. I'd like to see that strict adherence to that. And protection of the ephemeral and intermittent streams that are close by the septic system location.
I'm sorry, I missed the word there. Ephemeral or ephemeral?
Ephemeral.
What is it? How do you write it? Ephemeral is how you pronounce it, I guess. Ephemeral and intermittent stream.
I'm not spelling it right.
EPHEMERAL. ERAL. Ephemeral drainage and intermittent stream. Beautiful. Okay. Protection of the ephemeral drainage and intermittent stream. Strict adherence to WIN biological scoping report. Protection of ephemeral stream. Counter review of plans.
Maybe we can take the drainage out of here.
Well, retaining wall and grading plan is what I'd put in there too, Tom.
Yeah.
Maybe county review of grading plans.
Retaining wall and grading
plans. County for grading. The retaining wall and movement of heavy equipment onto off-site without damage to the ESHA.
Mm-hmm.
Does that work?
Yeah. To the way
or is that redundant with your thought about the scoping project?
No, because there's so much more in Amy's scoping report than just talking about these items. There's all the issues, all the other issues. I think that would be sufficient as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, do you want to make that motion?
Okay, I will make the motion that we approve coastal development. We make our recommendatory approval of coastal development permit 2021-0031 as follows. GMAC recommends approval of coastal development permit 2021-0031 Ritterman Associates subject to strict adherence to the WIN biological scoping report, protection of the ephemeral drainage and intermittent stream, and counter review of plans for grading, the retaining wall, and movement of heavy equipment onto, off the site without damage to the ESHA.
I'll second.
All second, okay. Let's vote. Melissa. Oh, that's right, she's gone. Kevin.
Aye.
Don.
Aye.
Tom.
Aye.
And Robert? I'm an aye. Okay, Amy, thank you very much for presenting Carl's project to us, and best of luck. And should I write the letter, or you want to write the letter, Tom?
You write
You're
it.
writing the other
I'm
one.
writing the other one.
Okay, I'll take it. Take it on.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your consideration, your deliberation. And I think our company has 2 more items on the agenda, so I'll be hanging out. I think, Duffield renewal, and then Jacobson. Oh, and I think you had Wahlberg as well. So Tara and I think, are still here. So I'll just mute myself. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Amy, and thanks for hanging with us. It's a really long meeting here.
You bet.
Okay, we'll try to make these next items a little quicker, but Amy's not going to be, well, Amy will be still hearing us. Okay, so we're on to number D, or item D. CDP Coastal Development Permit Renewal 2021-0004, and the modification of that renewal permit, which is 2021-0002. Duffield and Amy Wynn is the, it has done a renewal, or has done a update to the biological scoping report for this project also, I noticed. But to demolish a 3,200 square foot home, and also major vegetation removal. That's the modification on this, for dead and dying trees. It's located at 34200 Highway 1, 0.75 miles north of Fish Rock. Now, this is a coastal development permit that we have handled before as a council. I recall back when one of the ways to demolish, or one of the proposals for a way to demolish this home would be to burn it down, or have a practice burn for the local fire department, and there were council members that were very adamant about that happening. So we have given review on this project once before, and so the plan now is to remove the home in containers. I know it says that somewhere in Amy's report. So it's basically a renewal to do this with the modification. And okay, what's going to be remaining at the parcel is the septic system will be preserved. The water hookup that property has will be retained. And that's about it. Everything else will be bisected and taken apart in containers. Now, there is an issue that I saw on this project, and we may still be getting another modification of this, but maybe Amy will chime in on this after she gets back on. But that is accessing this area to even do this project. There is a water course that has to be traversed. Okay, the driveway that leads into this property, it wides off of another driveway, which happens to be the same owner. And to get back to this project, to do this proposal, it'll require that drainage, that stream crossing, to be repaired, because right at this present time, you can't get back there with heavy equipment. So that's just something that might be still coming. But as far as the renewal of this demolition of the home, and to remove these trees that are dying, I don't know how else to explain anything further here, other than the modification. We could talk about that a little bit more with Amy, which removes 100 dead trees. I wonder if those have been all counted. I'm wondering how those are going to be removed, or if that's legal to remove those trees, or if they have to be left on the site to decay on their own, and whether or not this will be restored, this area, if it will be revegetated. So those are some of my questions on that. But I was the only one, I guess, that ended up walking this. I asked for all of us to kind of get familiar with this project at the last meeting, but I don't know how many had a chance to review this particular project. But Amy, I don't know if you heard everything that I said.
You bet. You bet.
Okay,
Thank you for that. And do you mind if I share my screen again?
please do.
Okay, super.
Let me get mine off. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was still sharing.
We weren't looking, Tom.
It's okay.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, so thank you. Hello, Council. It's been a long time. And thanks again for staying at it. I'll be super quick. Yes, this is a renewal of the removal for the demolition for the house. To the demolition of the house, the owners actually agreed with you guys, and just they had gone back and forth about the methodology. They thought, you know, it'd be a great training tool for the local fire department, but then, you know, they got too nervous and decided they did not want to use fire to demolish this house. So that's no longer a part of the project. The project would be, you know, removed manually. So that's the house part, which is the simple renewal. The modification, as you see here, is for management of, you know, as we see all up and down the coast, dead and dying bishop pines as they're aging out. Yes, they were definitely inventoried. We've got all the enumeration here. We had a, I forget what it was called in this report, but basically a bishop pine mitigation management and reporting plan. I think, you know, the title of that kind of report keeps changing over these last few years. So I don't know what the title was that we used for this one when we finished it this year or last year. But so there's a quite nuanced management plan for this. The trees, the dead trees will be removed from the property, either as firewood, or I'm not sure what the use will be, but they won't remain as dead wood on the ground on the property. There will be some snags that we will leave as habitat for wildlife, but the fire hazard will be removed. And to the access, yes, as a matter of fact, we were just notified about that failed culvert at the driveway, which, let's see, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but I will get the button going. Yeah. I think the culvert is right about here, and you're correct, that is failing. So we no longer can get a vehicle here onto the property. So I think we were just told about that, I believe last week by the property owner. So we've asked the county planning department to put this request on hold while we work to do our biological analysis and engineering to propose an additional modification to our amendment, which you will see later after we submit it. So I don't know, we'll probably be seeing you guys again in hopefully as soon as a couple of months, probably more like maybe 3 months or so to address that culvert. They've got a civil engineer that's put in an application to Fish and Wildlife for a lake and stream bed alteration agreement. And now we're working our way through putting the county application together. Okay. And forgive me if I've missed a question or something that you might have asked.
Okay, what is the plan to revegetate?
To revegetate the property, we are, you know what, I should scoot down to the mitigation measures there. What Greg Juicy, who's the UC Ag Extension Forestry Advisor, has recommended, he used to recommend that we plant with natives, you know, that we heat open the cones and we grow seedlings and we plant the seedlings, but he's found that that's no longer the most viable method. The most viable method for revegetation is to monitor, is to basically what prevents the seeds from taking hold is a depth layer. So, the recommendation is to make sure that mineral soil is available so that the seeds that drop from the pines that are remaining can fall into that mineral soil and take hold. And then the monitoring plan is to monitor for any seedlings that take hold, and then to protect those seedlings from browse and human intervention, so that those will be it's kind of, our applicants really like the fact that it's a more hands-off method, and that's just opportunistic how it's occurred with the forest advisor. There's also management or monitoring rather for pathogens to make sure that any pathogens that are identified on any trees are managed as quickly as possible. And I can't remember if there might be some other stuff, and I can flip through and find more language for you if you wish.
I'm pretty satisfied. It's good to hear that they'll be monitoring and that there is a plan to revegetate that large area there, that it's not going to just be left bare.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and especially as it's an environmentally, oops, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Who was that?
So Amy, you can continue. I just want to let Robert know that we have a question from the audience.
Okay.
Yeah, you bet. Since it's an environmentally sensitive habitat area as in northern Bishop Pine Forest, we do have the requirement to do our best to maintain that as an as a northern Bishop Pine Forest. So even though it's mostly dead, we're endeavoring to help that habitat recover. Mm-hmm. And the owners of this property also own the house to the north. And the reason for purchasing this property with the house that's proposed for being demolished is to increase their privacy. And so for them, the privacy includes maintaining a wooded screen. So it's got multiple uses, environmental, and privacy.
Right, in the event that there's ever a house built there again, which they'll have that option still remaining, right?
Yeah, yep.
But okay. You said there was a question, Tom, from someone in the audience?
Yeah, this is Joni. I'd have a couple questions, particularly regarding the Bishop Pine, but also I just noticed that the address on this says it's in Manchester, and it's really on Havens Neck, right?
It's 35791 Timberwood.
Oh,
the address says, on the address you're looking at is for the owner's mailing address, I believe.
Oh. Okay. But so, Amy, one of the things that concerns me in particular is it seems there's a lot of Bishop Pine that is dead and dying in the Highway 1 corridor. And I'm wondering if Bishop Pine, of course, is prone to falling apart. I have a lot of it here on my property. I have a lot of it on a property that I'm selling. I'm curious at the protection for this, but I'm also curious, what is the reason for this extreme die out that I'm seeing along the corridor? Do you know?
I have a similar question, Amy, and that is when you look at the trees around this property, they don't seem to be dead and dying, but that patch on this property is dead and dying. I'm wondering if you know the cause of that.
They actually are dying in the area. If I don't have my internet map up, but if you look at the area through a Google aerial, you can see patches of dying trees in this neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Google satellite right now, and there are some patches, but this one is really like right within the lines of the property, which seems suspicious.
Yeah. I would,
it's everywhere, Tom. It's everywhere up and down the coast. I've been seeing it, the Bishop Pine in particular.
It doesn't usually follow property lines.
Well, but this property line follows a drainage. And what I've noticed, and my biologist is not here, but there's a drainage that comes along here that's obviously quite approximate. And what I've observed as a planner. I'm not a biologist, so this is a question from me, not an answer. But I've observed that a lot of times the bishops that are adjacent to drainages are suffering before the other, more upland bishop pines.
Exactly.
And I wonder if that has to do with when you're in, with pathogen delivery, pathogen vectors, like sudden oak moves through droplets and water, and perhaps there's an issue with pathogen movement. It's a question. I don't know the answer. I do know for bishop pines in general what's happening, and forgive me if you guys probably already know this, but they are serotinous, which means that they primarily seed by their seeds. Their cones open by fire and extreme heat. And with humans suppressing fire, that means the cones, we don't have as many cones opening. They do open without fire and without heat, but it's a much lower frequency. So that's one thing. So we have this cohort of bishop pines that are about 80 plus years old, and that's their lifespan. So that generation of these trees are dying out without a whole bunch of the middle-aged ones and the teenagers coming up to follow them. So that's an issue. Then of course with them aging out, as we get old, we get tired, we get more susceptible to disease and illness, and that's what happens to trees. But when you have a single aged stand, it's much more identifiable. They're all suffering at the same time. Beyond that, I don't know. I'm sure there's more to it. I do know that it is a matter of study. And we'll see if next time on a shorter agenda, I can get my senior biologist to join us.
I would appreciate that, Amy, because I have noticed that it seems to be increasingly, and even the small, like if any of you have hiked out behind the senior center, they're even the babies. I'm not sure, actually, I don't know my trees as well, but there's a lot of small young trees that are also dying. And again, I'm thinking, is this a drought issue? But you're right. What I have witnessed is the same thing along. I have a property that's behind AmeriGas, which I'd love to talk about more. All the trees along the creek have died, just as you're describing this. And it seems interesting. I'd like to know why.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I think for the little guys, some of those guys, there are little ones that are coming up that are, that are surviving, that are resistant to the pathogens, but not all of them are. So that might, again, I'm not the biologist, but that might be what's happening to a certain percentage of little ones, is that they're getting hit with the, I can't remember, there's a fungus for sure, and maybe I'm probably using all the wrong language. Asa would be quite disappointed in me, so I'm gonna stop.
Okay. So we want to try to keep this one a little shorter since it's.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know it's super late, but this just brought up, and you've seen it as well, Robert. This is something that I would like looked into further. It's not a GMAC thing even maybe, but we could discuss more about this die out. And the bishop pines, of course, are messy anyway, but all along the creeks, all up and down Highway 1. And then, how do we deal with it? What do we do with the all the dead trees that are left? So to be discussed later.
Definitely prevalent. Yeah. Okay, but let me make a motion to approve this renewal as it currently is. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
You seconded that,
Yeah,
Tom?
I second it.
And a vote, Don?
Aye.
Kevin?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Robert? Okay, I'll write a real brief letter to the county that we approve this renewal with the modification, okay?
Thank you, council members.
You're
We'll be
welcome.
hanging on for the next one.
And the next one is, are you handling this next one too? Land Shark Development LLC? I believe so.
No, sir, not that one.
Robert is my name. Okay. Okay, Coastal Development Permit Renewal 2021-0006. I thought I saw a updated scoping survey on this one also, but that could have been, who would that have been? Your cohort, your, anyway, I don't have it handy, do I? I will look here real quick.
Robert, can I make a comment?
Yeah, yeah.
No, it's 10:30. I mean,
Fine.
how long can we be here tonight? I'm not going to stay all night. I can guarantee you that.
Okay.
And this is really dragging on.
Okay, let's
I think
put down.
maybe we put too much stuff on the agenda tonight, and we have to be careful about that.
Yeah, we had too much. We had too much. So if you all agree, maybe we, what time is it? 10:25. We could curtail this at this point. I know that.
Let's take a look at the agenda here. I don't think this is going to take us long to get through the rest of this. The renewal app is no changes from the original.
No, let's Don, but I hear you. Let's 5 more minutes. Let's see if we can hit a little bit.
You know, that's what people have been saying all night. Oh, we're going to rush,
Right.
get through all the rest of this stuff pretty quick. Well, it's not happening. It's not happening.
We need to limit this, Tom. So I can't see going further than 5 more minutes either. And then this is just too much stuff, like you say, but it's the way it happened, Don. We can't help that part either. But we are being very thorough and, you know, on our hearings, and that's all important stuff too. But how can we proceed then?
Well,
I'll
if we
take
don't
care
finish
of
tonight, we'd have to continue the meeting.
Or we email. I will make a motion to approve the renewal for Coastal Development Permit 2021-006. That's the renewal, Land Shark Development.
I'll
If I can take
second
a
that.
quick vote on, You'll second that?
I'll second.
I'll take a quick vote on that. Don, it's just
Aye.
a renewal. I've site visited the place, and I think it's pretty simple, straightforward. Kevin?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
And Robert, I'll be an aye, and I'll write the letter on that, okay? And then I think we could possibly just do the rest via email, don't you think, Tom?
I don't know. What about Wahlberg? That's a draft mitigated negative declaration. We don't have to talk about that. You've already
don't
talked
really
about the GMAC members. There's not much to talk about MCOG. MCOG bumped streetscape down 2 months. Housing and economic is a little update on the ADUs. The Coastal Commission is voting on that. I think you all got that notice. EV charging station, Don, yeah, it's your item. YouTube views, we had about 100 last month. Water ad hoc, that's Don and Robert. And then there's 2 assignments. I don't have anything to report on my report tonight. Robert, you probably don't either. Mary's been out, so she doesn't have a report. So I think that's it, except for the 2 things I mentioned that you and Don have.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
We could make a few comments from the Water Ad Hoc Committee. Yes.
Okay. You want to? I sent you a copy of the letter I sent, right?
Yeah. We're trying to throw together something here, you know, and we'll meet for next week. And admittedly, this is very late notice, but the reason we've got a limitation to next week is that Helen Dalke, the UC Davis professor, hydrologist expert, she's available. She's available next week after Labor Day, just for that 1 week. After that, she's not. So we're trying to get David Bauer. Robert contacted him. So I think those are 2 key players for any type of, minimal level water form that we need. And then we could have a couple other people as well. But again, this would be a last minute thing if we can pull it off. And it would be recorded. So hopefully it's something that people could then view on the website.
It'd be limited to 2 hours, I think we said, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
But we've been all so busy this year, and it's a type of an abbreviated water forum we're trying to get together still before next week.
I've got to say, I'm pretty disappointed by that. This has been going on for 4 or 5 months now that we've been talking about this with almost no progress. And now we're talking about throwing something together at the last minute about something that's vitally important to our community. I think maybe you ought to find other experts and reschedule this and do it in more depth, but that's just my take on this.
I agree with you, Tom. We may need to cancel it altogether, Don. I mean, I feel like we're going out of our way anyway to bring the community awareness to this subject matter. We really should have a water company that's bringing this to our everybody's attention.
Exactly.
We're putting ourselves out, I feel like. Anyway.
I don't think you ought to be pointing fingers at the water company when we've been talking about this for 4.5 months and haven't done anything on it. So I think we ought to just leave them out of it. And if you want to postpone this again, go ahead and postpone it again. But throwing something together at the last minute does not have my backing.
It all doesn't help the water situation. And so I'm sorry, I'm a little frustrated with the whole thing because we would have liked to do this. But other things in life have just taken control of us, and we know how important water is for this community, and we haven't given it enough attention over all these decades. We just haven't. We've talked about a reservoir way back when, and we just haven't had the cooperation or the participation in this.
Well, we've had 4 or 5 months now. We've been talking about putting together this forum, and nothing's happened. So let's not point the fingers at anybody else.
I'm sorry, we've had 2 decades to prepare for this, and I'm down to 4 months. It doesn't make a hill of beans of difference to me. We've had plenty of time in this community. We've talked about it. Okay, there's no sense in us arguing about it, but we'll do what we can, Don and I.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. I understand your point about avoiding something that's rushed, and it kind of makes sense as well. But I was kind of really hoping to get this Helen professor from UC Davis. She's incredibly knowledgeable on the subject of hydrology. And I think that's what we need. We need outside expertise that is credible to come in here and sort of look at our situation. So that's what I was hoping for. It couldn't have been done during the summer with her because she was in Europe. And then prior to that, well, both myself and Robert have been incredibly busy with personal stuff. And there's only so much time.
We're all
a lot of excuses. There's a lot of experts in the world, and we dropped the ball on this one. I think we ought to own up to that.
We will, Tom.
We could always do better, absolutely.
Or you could do it in another month and do it right.
Don and I will meet again and talk about it, how we're going to proceed.
All right, let's go on.
Okay, so what are we at now? What time? You guys want to adjourn?
Almost 10:35.
10:33. You've got initial study negative deck from Caltrans on the Gualala Shoulders and Rumble project to assign, and the CDP for septic replacement on Havens Neck.
It seems to me as if we handled the Jacobson CDP already, Tom, on Havens Neck Drive. I know.
I don't know.
Don walked.
This is marked down for administrative review only. I don't know why it's what's new with this.
Right. So that's not needing to be assigned. I think the other project could be assigned, right? The Rumble.
I don't know if it needs to be either. We are notified that they're proposing a negative declaration on this. I don't know what the project is. I pulled up the sheet on it, and there's almost no information on the sheet.
Here, two areas. One is just north of AmeriGas, those sharp turns in Highway 1. And the other one is further up by Walker Gulch, if you all know where that is. Those are these two areas where this Shoulders and Rumble project is, and they want to widen the road a little bit and putting these safer guardrails. Maybe that'd be a good introduction for our new council member, Kevin, or maybe Kevin and I can go out and look at this project and just, you know, bring some feedback back to the council next month.
Sounds
Kevin,
good.
you want to do that?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other one, does Amy have anything to say about the septic replacement on Havens Neck Drive on the Jacobson property?
Sure, you bet. I saw that on the agenda and I was a little bit perplexed, but since I was here, we were just heard at the Coastal Permit Administrator hearing yesterday. So that's moving forward. Now we start the first of our 2 appeal periods. I believe that we came before the council a number of months ago and received your commentary, and they incorporated your recommendations, and now hopefully they get to put in their repair this fall. I'm available for any questions if you have them, but I think everybody wants to go, so.
Okay, Tom, sorry about blowing up there a little bit, okay? Anybody want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Any second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Don,
Aye.
Kevin,
Aye.
Tom? I can't hear you, Tom. Aye. Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Hey. Aye. Okay, Tom, thanks. So, oh boy, it was a long one. Everybody, thank you for your patience and hanging in there. And again, Mary is still here too.
Adjournment, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mary, we skipped right over your item. Is that okay?
I'm sorry?
We skipped right over your comment. Is that okay?
No. That's fine. I only worked about 30 minutes last year, or last month.
All right.
Answering
Okay.
email.
Okay, night, everybody.
Kevin, it's nice to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys have a good night. Thanks.
You too.
Ending on a good note here. Okay.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Adjournment. Seconded adjournment.
Don and Tom, I think.
Dawn. Okay. And Tom seconded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll second. Or wait, I think Kevin seconded it. Kevin, did you make the motion?
I did.
Kevin made the motion and Don seconded.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's okay.
I didn't catch it, and it has to go into the minutes, and I didn't get it, and I apologize.
Kevin and
Good to have
Don
you back,
and Mary,
Mary.
I already sent you 2 motions from the earlier items.
Oh, phenomenal. Thank you. I think I got them all typed in correctly, but I will use your notes and your email to make it absolutely correct. Thank you so
Good.
much.
All right, take care. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys. Good night.
Bye-bye.